And so the hour is 9, but the clock is stuck. And time, ladies and gentlemen, has come to a standstill as 96 mighty warriors they stand at the gate of esports greatness. While a million pair of eyes will be fixated to watch this event, one little boy from UP he's gonna tear up watching his hero lift that crown in front of a million people, enraging, inspiring the next generation of players to tiptoe onto his footsteps and to be restored in the great gallery of the game, ladies and gentlemen. This is the story of Battlegrounds Mobile India Pro Series 2023. My name is Salty and I'm going to be your host and caster for the day. Joining alongside is going to be my man Fixes. And Fixes, before we talk about business, I want to ask you this. The stakes are so high. How are you feeling? Because I personally am feeling a lot of emotions right now.
The tension is over the roof. That is for sure. It's day number 2. Group Red. Few of these teams, they will be playing majority of the games with just one remaining tomorrow, and a lot of them will be duking it out today. And considering how things are going right now, with few teams making a comeback, few teams not having the best of the days, I think today has to be one of those days where you can call it the decider day.
This certainly is the decider day, of course, since this is the penultimate day of the league stages of Battlegrounds Mobile India Pro Series. But so far, yesterday, I think the storyline has been set for a while. I think majority of the teams who wanted to kind of take a big leap, be it Gladiators, be it Team Psych, they were sort of en route to their path to greatness. But certain teams who had high expectations have taken a dip. And I think today is a day when they will get one last chance, and we might get to see a picture where 10 to 12 teams will qualify for that grand finals for Eka Arena.
Oh, they certainly will. And we've been talking about teams stepping up. They've all been fighting for the bragging rights, but along with that, the prize pool, Salty, that is massive.
It certainly is. I mean, of course, the stakes are high. I said it. This is a tournament where 1 crore rupees is on the line, ladies and gentlemen, with champions taking away a line share of 40 lakh rupees, the runners-up taking away 20 lakh rupees as well. Now, you've also got individual awards, and we've seen there are multiple players who are fighting for it. Godbot still at the helm, holding that title of MVP of BMPS. Will anyone be able to touch him when he proceeds to the LAN event?
Not a lot of contenders they are there in Group Red. We know of Goblin. He is one of those players, and who can certainly do really well. And I think barring him, we did see Jimmy step up, but whilst I was taking a look at the overall leaderboards of the fraggers, we kind of saw that he's a little down the line. And but for the best IGL, certainly Adi is one of the contenders that is nigh untouchable for now.
Absolutely untouchable for now, ladies and gentlemen. But how can you be untouchable inside of the game? By trying to get that big coveted chicken dinner, of course. You do get those 15 points. And I think there will be multiple teams who need that one big game. 15 points from the chicken dinner along with multiple finishes. That will be the only pathway to success for now, of course. But not just that, Fixes. I think there is another pathway to success, and that is on the basis of the bonus points. I think this can be a game changer.
This will be a game changer, Salty. Mind my words, because now with the way teams are amping it up, this is where you can bring teams like Dragon Esports into the conversation. Now they are on the top of the standings. If they somehow manage to keep it, those extra 25 points might really be helpful.
Absolutely. I mean, it is going to be the differentiating factor, and I think the battle between teams from Group Red, it is happening for those bonus points. Like Fixes said, it is life-changing, ladies and gentlemen, to participate inside of Eka Arena, inside of the biggest esports events we have ever seen, of course. But let's just have a look at the mighty warriors I was talking about from Group Red. You've got Group 7, Livecraft, Error Esports, Enigma, Gladiators, 7 Show, GWL, TMZ, and Do or Die. This is the crew, I think, the cream of the pie, because you've got Gladiators, you've got Team Enigma, now you've got Livecraft as well. Certainly a few of these will try and qualify.
Gladiators, Livecraft, I have my highest hopes on them. Livecraft trailing a little bit, but they just played one game. But when you look ahead at these teams in front of us, we've got Gujarat Tigers trying their very best for him. Glitch still in contention. Moving on ahead, 8-Bit CS, we've been talking about Dragon Esports, Newman, they have also made an entry. So many of these contenders and only a chosen few the ones who are worthy, they make it to the grand finals.
Absolutely. For now, of course, there are multiple teams in this group as well. Genix FM, Revenant, of course, have made their mark already, but Genix FM is going to be one of those teams who are still trying very, very hard on that chase to come inside the contestation. Of course, Group 12 is a completely different story altogether. I think Team X Park and Team Psych will be the biggest contenders. Marcus Gaming Zero also being in the mix of things, but I think they need a miracle from this point on.
Yeah, for Marcus Gaming, 100% they need a miracle. But Team X Park having played so well, especially in Sandhawk, and we saw them in Wrangle having a really good performance, have amped things up, and now they're inside the top 16. So might be feeling a little settled, but today's matches, anything can happen. Anybody can take the lead. It's going to be exciting.
Absolutely. Speaking of today's matches, of course, ladies and gentlemen, you can witness in front of your eyes right now every group apart. I think from Group 6 is going to be here. You've got Group number 7 playing 2 games. You've got Group number 9 playing 2 games. Group number 12 playing 2 games, and also 11 playing 2 games. All of these games, I think, will count a lot. And since you've said matches, the set schedule is also going to be the same. You're going to play 2 Wrangles and Miramar, Sanok, and Vikendi. But for all the viewers who are potentially joining in for the first time inside of BMPS 2023 so far, let's just give them a recap of what has happened in this tournament and where we are heading. Of course, we definitely are heading towards Ahmedabad, towards Eka Arena for that grand finals. But currently speaking, the cutoff for that top 16, where do you think fixes it has been set so far?
I think somewhere around 170 to 80, we've got so many of those teams, at least 10 plus, and they have the chances to make it in. But there have also been instances, Salty, where no matter, you've got 5 games and suddenly there's just one and your hopes perish. So that is something that teams have to really look out for.
You know what? Hope is the only beacon of light for every single one of these teams, of course. But since we're talking about the storyline of what has happened inside of the tournament so far, we are going to have a look instead. Let's just have a look at the overall standings, where all the teams from Group Red are duking it out for the bonus points, ladies and gentlemen. And at the very top, you've got Dragon Esports, a miraculous comeback inside of this tournament. And all of a sudden, they are in contestation, of course. 44 points that they have acquired from those 2 matches, 1 chicken dinner included. And right up next, you've got X-Park, Hyper Legends, and Genix FM. What is your thought, Fixes, from this first page?
I think this is a game changer for Dragon Esports. We've discussed already Team X-Park. They're feeling already comfortable inside the top 16. But from here onwards, this is where our intentions are set on certain teams, right? My interest goes on towards 4 AM. This is one of those teams, like we've been talking. They have got a lot of potential, but GlitchX Reborn really not showing up the way we thought them to.
Yeah.
But they will have to push in a little bit more harder. But Gladiators, having just 1 game played, it's all right. I think today is one of those days. 2 more matches. Let's see how they perform.
Absolutely. On the next page, of course, you've got Team 8-Bit CS. Now, this is a team whose downfall in Week 3 has been massive. They've played 2 games already. 3 more games before they can actually make it count. 10 points secured, not really enough to secure that qualification, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody else from this page particularly just contending for the top 16. But here we have the big names, the big dogs. In fact, let's just call them the fan favorites for now. You've got Team Soul, you've got Team OR, Midwave, Godlike, Lcraft as well. And all of those teams, they know, as a matter of fact, especially everyone apart from Team Soul, I think they need that big chicken.
One thing you must have noticed is the fact that everybody is nearby each other.
Yeah.
Even in in page number 3 was around 11 to 12 points, and then you could see 5-8 points. So it's just that one game that will help them propel themselves a little bit higher up the standings. But when you look at the teams over here languishing at the very bottom, not a lot of surprises, to be honest. We haven't seen anybody of them perform really great. You talk about great. Error Esports also in the mix. Error, as a matter of fact, had a decent week number 2, but if they had a really good week 1, maybe they could be fighting for something in week 3.
You know, speaking of fighting for something, there are individual players who are fighting for the tag of MVP of BMPS. I think this is one of the most respectable titles that you can garner for yourself. And Godbot at the helm of it all. You've got growing strong Godbot with 43 finishes, representing his team. And I think he's not just represented, he has carried his team all along the way in clutch situations and in prime situations as well. But closely following up, you've got Rico, who has made an entry recently. You've got Pro as well, has been absolutely phenomenal phenomenal for Nate Official. Dark Lord, that young player from Team Insane, they've been a gleaming machine, but Dark Lord is sort of like the gears, the tiny gears that make it work. And then at the end of it, you've got Beast, who tiptoed onto his way into greatness. I think
Yeah.
this has been the tournament for these young lads to show their true potential, and they certainly have kind of turned a page out of the Legends book and en route to be making legends themselves.
You know, it's all about the hunger. These are all young bloods. We've
Mm.
seen them showing that prowess that they've got it in them. But when you talk about the first matchup of the evening, I think it is going to be steams flying all through the air right from the very get-go. You've got Group 7 going up against Group 8. We did see Group 7 playing just one game yesterday, and same went with Group 8, right? One Sanhok, one Miramar. But in this one, we're again going to be focusing on the likes of Gladiators, Elcraft, Godlike, Team Soul, they're still safe, so not a lot going on for them. But NON is one team that I'm really looking forward to, Salty.
Absolutely. I think for especially for teams like NON, for Gladiators, this game, for Gladiators specifically, I think this game can be the setting stone for them. We were talking about how they were kind of in trouble in asserting that authority. They were not really playing at the peak of their performance. And in terms of problems, I think one of the major problems is not all four players are at their prime.
It's not just about them being at the prime. It's all about how the lobby is changing, the constant change in dynamics, and the style of Gladiators being a little different. They rely on a lot on those variables, right? They rely on teams fighting it out amongst each other, them trying to third party.
Yeah.
And if things don't go their way, we have seen on multiple occasions teams have started to place a blockade around the bridges, so around a wrangle. It's been a little tough for them to traverse because, like I said, it comes down to the timings. Gladiators, what are they going to do? Where the circle forms? So many things going up, but I'm pretty sure, knowing these lads, they will pull through.
Absolutely. I mean, we have discussed about Gladiators, but another big name involved in the mix of things, Godlike, trailing by about 40 points currently.
Yeah.
They do have games in hand, 4 games in hand. And I think it will be about climbing up the ranks and topping the group, which is not going to be easy considering they're in possibly the 4th or the 5th page of Group Red standings. So it's really high stakes. But Fixes,
Yeah.
having said that, the first game is about to begin in about 18 seconds now. I want to know your thoughts. Who is going to win?
I think I really feel it's a Gladiators game this time.
Now this is something which I like. Possibly the defending champions of BGI is taking away the first game of the day. But ladies and gentlemen, before we start the game, why don't you go to the live chat and let us know who your pick is? Who's going to win the first game of the day? And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let us just tighten up our seatbelts because the big bird is up in the skies. No turbulences for now. We are heading straight up north from military base towards Severny, a flight path which cuts the map in two halves. Fixes.
Absolutely. I think there's no distinction at all. But right now, our eyes will be on where the circle forms, really. But when you look at things over here, Gladiators, no trouble whatsoever. I think nobody's going to have any trouble as long as you're not going to with somebody like Lipovka. But still, you've got those vehicle spawns around shelter. But we've been talking about the storylines, right? And this is one of those games. Elcraft, I have my eyes on Omega. He's been one of those fraggers that has really impressed us. I think somewhere sitting around 20 plus finishes.
Yeah.
He's got what it takes to be on top, and I really hope somebody from Group Red makes it.
I mean, definitely somebody from Group Red. In fact, a lot of teams from Group Red are going to be making it so far. But have a look at this, right? We've got a couple of teams who have jumped in on top of the military base island. You've got Gladiators. And possibly for the first time, they also are going to face a little bit of more pressure from Error Esports, who've also dropped in right next to their periphery. So this might just be very interesting considering we were talking about Gladiators and how this match is so quintessential for this team. They might actually face some early action, especially
Oh my
Justin,
God.
who's drifting away. And now look at the circle. Speaking of the circle itself, we have BR Titans. In fact, Blood Rose Esports, pardon me for that, fighting, not just fighting, hammering down Team ORB.
Indeed, and now the way things have really started off, ORB seems like they've gotten quite a lot of trades, but BR Titans having no intentions of maybe taking a fall there. You get whatever. You just bring things down, and my apologies there. It seems like it's Blood Rose, and it kind of gets confusing
Yeah.
a little bit, but regardless, when you've got ORB, the final player, it's Black. He's going to go out on a retreat, and let's see what fate awaits him.
Not really sure if that fate is going to be good, especially without a vest, especially without a helmet, but Blood Rose Esports, we know how ruthless this team is, especially in the school region and in the school apartments. If you're dropping down in order to contest them, you better watch out, because this team, they've gone toe to toe against the likes of Team Blind in these compound fights, especially near the school compound. So this team definitely knows how to take their early game battles, and they take it very seriously. They have lost a couple of players, in fact one player from their squad, but it's still a very positive trade. 3 finishes acquired. I think they are going to be sorted for the rest of the game, of course.
You know, talking about ORB's journey overall in the BMPS, it has been a rocky road. Certainly, no other way around it, no sugarcoating. They've been trying ever since. But a good part is, you know, they've kept on trying to improve. They've been a little stubborn because I also remember, I think you and I were both casting that game. It was Big Brothers against ORB, and Big Brothers really had a good time taking them out. Despite that fact, they did not change their drops. But on as an entire team, you know, this is one of those tournaments that they will have had taken a lot of learnings from. But this circle, Salty, this changes everything, right? You have a certain circle, you know it's going down south. The entire southern island is engulfed inside the zone, which means it is a 70% chance that the circle goes down.
And I think one of the reasons why majority of the teams will start moving very early on in this game is because I think one of the problems which we have seen teams face in the past were those late rotations, crossing the bridge pretty late on in the game, especially when there are multiple teams marking the exit. It will be important for the teams to kind of have a proper strategy to cross over. But have a look at this. One of the players, Hawk GT, was knocked down pretty early on in the game. Not really sure how, but hey, 2K, they certainly are there to pick up their fallen brothers, aren't they?
E2K has had a really good start in week 3. If you
Yes.
remember, just one gameplay, they hit right on the spot, managed to get that chicken dinner, but do or die. All right. I like it right from the very start. We don't find any vehicles. They did not bother to even check through Primorsk. And seems like GWL might be out on a little bit of a fishing hunt. And I think if somebody puts his head above the water,
I
think,
think
yeah, they've been spotted. Oh, it's going to be disastrous now.
it is going to be a manhunt. An absolute slaughterhouse for all of these players from Team GWL. This is unfortunate for DOD to get spotted like this. The boat that was there has been acquired, and now they have reached the shorelines. But it seems like GWL, they're not going to risk it too much. They are progressing further. Now, they might actually take a higher spot in those hills and possibly still try and mark them down. But this is interesting movement.
It's all about finding perfect covers, and this is exactly what they're going to do, because they do not know if Do or Die have got weapons on them. So, yeah, GWL finding themselves in a really nice spot. They've got some high ground, they've got some vision, and now look at D or D. They're kind of just spreading out, just hoping that they do not take enough casualties there. One player going down, it's fine, but if you lose the entire squad, well, let's be honest, in the grand scheme of things, Salty, Do or Die, what do they have to lose?
Not really much from their side, but they can be crucial points for the teams who desperately need them. There are going to be teams who need those finish points. So players and teams getting eliminated early on in this game is something majority of the teams will not want. But GWL, they certainly have different plans. And the fact that they have stationed themselves in Coast Guard positions now has sort of makes Team DOD hesitate whether or not to cross over, whether they can go back and try and
my God.
rethink this strategy so far.
You know,
And I think they are.
You know, there have been developments over here. Look at this. You've got Error Esports coming right next to GWL, and if GWL, from the movements I can see, they do not have a concrete compound. They're still moving around. If they get caught off guard, I think Error Esports might have a little bit of more finishes to their names. But Gladiators, I think this is one of those circles where we kind of think that, yeah, Gladiators are supposed to win this, but the win rate, let me remind the viewers, has been very less when the circle has always shifted down below. I think it's just one occasion of me casting at least 50 plus games for Gladiators, around which at minimum of 20 plus certain circles, the ratio hasn't been in their favor, but who knows? I think if they play their cards right, things could work out for them. But when you talk about Team Godlike, they've been playing around the edges, but seems like they now have decided to rotate through from the Novo Bridge.
Yeah, they certainly are progressing, and I don't really think they are going to face any troubles, especially from the other side of the military base island for now. Godlike. A little bit of a slip over there by Aditya, but I think the rest of the team is still fine. They're still trying to scout out the region, trying to understand if there is any gatekeeping scenarios developing. But
Oh my god.
usually in these situations, we tend to see teams overthink. And I want to ask you, is Godlike overthinking in this situation?
Not at all. I think it's better to check at this point, make sure that you get through. And Team Godlike, what I liked about them in this particular game is their timing. Like I said, it is going to be of the absolute essence. They rotated early just while stage 1 was trying to come to a close
Yeah.
because they've done their research. NON is one of those teams that kind of likes to play around the edges. They do not head on play around the center. So Godlike, having an easy pass. But for now, I hope they realize that Shevin Shore is around the Novo area. But we've seen Team Godlike, having converted really good games from around here. If they could manage to get all their players out, but look at GWL in a whole world of trouble as one already falls.
Absolutely, the nade was perfect. Swayam, of course, will get charged up, and in a matter of a flash, it seems like NR Esports will try and capitalize on their defenses. One of the players, Surya, is still up and alive. Nick is quite low in terms of HP. The TPP advantage on Electro is massive, and the spray down is immaculate. This is perfect from NR Esports, but they could have escaped from this fight unscathed. They've lost 2 players, and this is going to hurt them in the endgame fixes.
It certainly will, because for this team, NR Esports, I'm pretty sure they did hear all that commotion coming in when GWL was taking shots on the players of Do or Die.
Exactly.
And that is where NR Esports, they managed to get the compound. Now, this is something that we did bring up during the cast, that this could be the case where GWL do not have cover. They will be trying to find one, and NR Esports, they had everything working out in their favor, but still managing to lose 2 players out of that in that such a certain situation kind of makes me a little worried about them. But right now, as the circle has shifted, it is still 50-50. It could still go towards the northern side. Team Soul, they've got that little lighthouse to their control. They've got the bridge camped properly. But let's see. I still have a feeling that says that it's still going down though.
One interesting development is that Team DOD, who were currently swimming in the early stages, they've had to be pushed back in the mainland, and now they're driving along the shorelines. But again, a similar fate is going to await them, because Seoul, just like you mentioned, they've already acquired the lighthouse position, so they are going to be gate kept either way. But on the other side, Godlike, they are on their merry move, and it seems like they're slowly progressing towards their esports. A lot of these teams will have eyes on these particular compounds, right next to the shorelines.
Indeed. We know, these circles usually end around these hills. So the read from Jelly is phenomenal. But when you're in situations as such, there are high probabilities that you can get spot from behind.
Yeah.
And Gladiators, I think Jelly knows how Gladiators like to approach. They kind of take on that western hill line, and that is exactly what Gladiators have done. But in just a wee while, maybe we could see this epic fight breaking out.
Absolutely, the battle of titans. We discussed about these 2 teams. Little did we know that they are going to be taking possibly one of the first big fights in the game. Why I say big fights, of course, these teams, they are right at the brim of qualification, ladies and gentlemen, and it seems like Destro has found himself a little bit of a sweet victory over here, capturing this hilltop and finding himself the proper position to play from, which the other team, Godlike, of course, has been pushed back, so they have been deterred from competition, and another disengagement follows.
So nothing new from Gladiator's side. They've been doing this ever since.
Yeah.
Take over those hills, have one of those players stationed around those compounds. So yeah, they're kind of banking on the fact that it ends over there. But look at this fight. I mean, Swayam, it was a little bit of a sticky situation. Still managed to get that opening knock. And then NR Esports, I could not feel any requirement of why they would leave the compound and go out in the open when they had all the cover in the world. But look at this. A2K, they've already played 1 game. They've got 100% win rate. Now in a little bit of a situation against Team Enigma.
Absolutely, I'm not really understanding why this team is still inside the blue, but they have definitely done good for themselves. Zen from up top is going to finish up Addy, and Team Enigma, they've taken early loss, but look at this Infinity, he's going to trade back extremely quickly.
Indeed, Infinity is a very young lad, a certain MVP contender, but this tournament hasn't really gone his way. But now, Addy, having spotted out a player, Zion, over there, gets that knock, and this opens the floodgates for Team Entity, in fact, for Team Enigma to commit for a push.
Absolutely. Now, look at the smokes that have been deployed up in the fight, right? Just to try and block the entrance, deny the push coming in from Team Enigma. But I think Moza's position is also pretty crucial. Not really sure. But the nade is going to flush him out. Team Enigma had every bit of information over there. And now all of a sudden, the defense of Team A2K has been breached from the right-hand flank. Of course, there is another player coming in. Team Enigma have definitely capitalized on their performances. And now it's a proper 2v2. Up close and personal, it's Hawk trying to stop the ambush, but another nade follows, an overload of players, and that is it. Team Enigma, they are going to get their first sweet victory, but at the cost of one player. On the other side, we have something else happening, Fixes.
Entirely different. We've got TWOB taking on Team OR. You've got Trigger on real low HP as now Secret trying to infiltrate through, has spotted a few players out, and this one grenade, I think it might just do its job.
Absolutely, it goes towards Zanav, but fails to connect over there. He's going to heal himself up. But look in the backlines, Team Troublemakers. They will be sniffing the presence of two oppositions right up front. Zanav is going to open things up, gets Robin with the shotgun. S12K is there, switches around, turns around, but fails to connect. Once again, Team OR Esports, they have managed to successfully wipe out a tail ender. But what will follow is my question, because Troublemakers, they certainly will look to push through. Look at Optimus.
Oh, he had a really good angle and he messed up. He even knows that, is aware of the situation. But OR Esports, I really liked Admino's position over there. Ideally, he's one of their main fraggers, but he was kind of in the backlines, let the fight kind of roll out, and then he was there to do the cleanup. A clean one at that part for Troublemakers. I think they're in two minds, because they also need to understand they have to get inside the circle, especially considering the fact that Team Soul, they're around the zone, and let's see what happens, what follows suit, as at this point, you know, I still have this idea that the circle goes down south. Gladiators, Lifecraft, they're all in good positions.
The circle definitely goes down south. It's a central shift, but definitely favors the military base island. But for now, of course, you've got Seven Shore. They dropped it inside of Novorupnoi, and slowly and steadily they've made their way right next to Gladiators. These two teams just sniffing each other's presence for a very long time, but Gladiators, they've kind of held their triggers for now, and even Seven Shore, as a matter of fact, they are not making their presence evident. On the other side, of course, you've got Godlike, and they were pretty close to the players of Lifecraft, but seems like they are going to disengage and regroup once again, Fixes.
It's all about these hills and the controls if you have over it, because now all these teams are stationed around the compounds. One of the major reasons is the fact that they still do not have an idea where this a zone takes a shift. But Team Soul, really happy. I think this time a little bit of a change from Omega's side, because in circles as such, Omega likes to play around the edges. Now, taking a look at the highlights of this matchup, I think Team Enigma as a team, if you talk about just the players, on individual basis, they've got that experience. Lately, Infinity is quite a young lad. He's got that blood pumping through his veins, and he's been playing good. But you talk about this fight, this is where Admino, he was the one who opened things up. He was the one who got the crucial trades. He did a lot of these things. OR surviving what could have gone terribly wrong.
Absolutely, I think Admino has been doing that for his team for quite a while right now. In spite of that, Team OR definitely not having the best of success in this tournament so far. And things, it seems like, especially when the circle is going to completely shift over onto the military base island, Team Soul would finally make their rotation. But what about teams in the mainland? They're still going to hold back. But wait on for a second, Team 7 Show, they're invading onto Error Esports. Just one player remains, Fixes.
Just the last player surviving, and no trouble whatsoever for Go to get this elimination to his name. But Seven Sure, I think, had quite a nice run in this one, dropping down at Novorupnoi. Did not have to worry to survive that bridge camp. But Team Enigma, they've got a lot going on. The players of NON right in front of them, and Addy needs to find a knock, and he does.
Absolutely does have the UMP for the close range combats. Players just overloading on top of him. Is going to clean him up. Team Enigma just falling short on that aggression. The rest of the players very far apart. They could not really play this fight together. And now from a distance, wait, what just happened?
Oh my god, it's another team. It was Blood Rose, Viper from out of nowhere. They did not see this coming. They had not have had this in their calculations. But, you know, we talked about the circle kind of ending around those hilly areas. And now Gladiators, a perfect moment for them to rise. But look who's knocked on their doors. It is Team Godlike.
Once again, the second time inside of this match so far. And seems like this time the fight is inevitable so far. The stakes certainly are high. for either one of these teams. On the other side, Team OR Esports just constantly chipping at the opposition. This is still happening on the mainland. Team OR Esports haven't found a way to escape from this deadlock. Troublemakers, it seems like they have decided to cross over, but with just 2 players, I'm not really sure if they will be able to do much damage or trouble the scorers much.
At this point, for Troublemakers, it's all about trying to just play around the edges, ensure that nobody's coming from the back lines, and now they do realize what lies in front of them. Optimus, a little aloof from his back, because look at his teammate, Karanjot. He's down below, and certainly Salty, they do not have the numbers to take this fight.
Absolutely, they do not have the numbers to take this fight, but one team who do have the numbers is Team Soul, and right now they are deciding to stop Team Lifecraft dead on their tracks. Smokes have been laid, of course. Clown is going to take massive bit of damage from that headshot. Goblin is already in position to confirm it with the nade, spots him out, is going to charge at him with the nade, and of course, here it comes. The first opening is there in Lifecraft. They suddenly are in the back foot. Team Soul will look to capitalize, and as soon as the knocks come in, the buggies fly by, the nades come chiming in once again. Lifecraft, they've been hit by a knockout blow. What is this man doing?
He's just taking down players with all those grenades, but Omega suddenly strikes out of nowhere, gets that knock, but Lifecraft just surviving with 1 player. Omega seems to be putting up quite a fight till the point the others player also come in swinging, but Goblin, my lord, what was that? 3 nades lobbed over, 3 knocks, but Omega, I've got to give some credit. That was a valiant effort.
Absolutely it was. And it seems like Team Soul, they definitely are going to miss their prime faggot, definitely contending for that MVP of the title. But look at this right now, Team Godlike, they are slowly and steadily but surely moving close to Gladiators, and they have the intent set. They want to control the eastern edge of the zone, the western edge of the zone, pardon me for that. And they want to find the opening. Jelly with the nade being cooked up. Gladiators just waiting for any mistake on Godlike's part. Jelly exposes himself. Nades have been lobbed in. The war horns have been blown. Fixes.
It's like for the 4th time maybe, they're going up against each other. But this time, Team Godlike is outside the circle. Gladiators still just somewhere around the edges of the zone. So Godlike will have to make a push. And clearly, they've shown their intentions. All dropping down those smoke paths. And Team Soul right from their backlines. Now this brings down certain memories that we're not all fond of. As Z-God falls down. And it is going to be NON from out of nowhere.
And out of nowhere, just watching over this fight like guarding angels. And of course, will be the Troublemakers legit finding himself through frags. Godlike, their move was to try and create that smoke path, try and cross over the distance, and then take a head-on battle against Gladiators. But Z-God, in an attempt to do that, will be finished off. Even Team Soul in the backlines, you've got Omega as well. All of these players just watching over. But Aditya is going to find a frag on Omega.
Oh, he certainly will. At this point, Aditya is kind of one of those players who's got a lot of potential, hasn't hit his ceiling, but Team Godlike taking the other way route, and they might just be banging on the doors of Team Soul, who are apparently in a whole world of trouble as Jelly steps out of his vehicle, gets taken down.
Absolutely, it is Team Soul up against Godlike. Neo will have to escape from this fight, but Seven Shore Goat from the backlines is going to crush their dreams. Team Godlike, they do manage to survive an onslaught, but there is another crew that is right in front of them, and that is going to be OR Esports. There is Robin, there is Trigger, and 3 valiant efforts from Godlike. The first nade is going to come by, but that was from Seven Shore Goat. This man from the backlines has done so much damage. Fixes.
Oh, indeed, and he's got so much of that control also. Trigger having no other option, goes in for a push. It is Aditya in front of him. You should not have sewn your back, buddy. As now Jonathan, just in that 1v1 situation, he will get shot from elsewhere, but still takes the fight, wins the battle, as now Team Godlike just survive by 1 man and make it none, as Goat cleans them up. He is on quite a spree. 7 finishes to his name.
Absolutely, the knight in shining armor. This man has crushed dreams of a million in a snap, possibly taking over Thanos for a while. This man with 7 finishes is roaring, and Seven Shore, they are on here to crush dreams and hopes and everything that is alive. Reflex, of course, still supporting him. They do have the edge of the circle, but look at that. The flag appears. Seems like Godlike has has taken an exit, and 4 teams remain inside of this competition so far, Fixes. 13 pairs, and for now, he has spotted the likes of NON.
You know, I'm loving Seven Shaw's position, the way they've kept capitalized on the high ground. But look at this fight, breakthrough Team Soul. They were not prepared for this. They were getting that res up on their teammate, and suddenly Godlike come charging in. It was just not Godlike over there. OR also did follow suit. It was Trigger and Jonathan in that final 1v1 battle. Jonathan managed to survive that, but did not have the best of HPs. And Goat, he's been doing it all for his team. He's managed to take down 2 players earlier, and now he's managed to take down a couple more, adding his finish tally to 7, and I'm pretty sure it's gonna keep on surmounting.
Blood Rose Esports on the other side, they are taking massive hits. They try as make their way inside the circle. It is the circle of death, ladies and gentlemen, the valley of death in between 2 mountains. And it seems like from the north, Seven Shore, they're taking a lot of hits, especially NON being in prime position already. I think Payne, he spotted the rest of the crew as well and will try and stop them dead on their tracks already.
You know, this changes everything. This little shift, Salty. Look at Team 7 Shore. They will have to come out in the open. Their high ground advantage is not an advantage anymore. It is a bane for them. At this point, Gladiators might look at capitalizing on the situation, but 7 Shore still do not want to go without a fight. But this is where Gladiators will strike.
Absolutely, they found the timing right as well. Team NON under massive attack. It is Mayday on their pack, and Clown and Payne will possibly try to stop Team Gladiators, but it's not going to be easy. Look at all those nades and utilities being flushed in, and of course the vehicles just charging up. It's going to be Justin making early contact. The shotgun is in position. He's going to find the first knock, and Team NON have been cleaned up. Team Gladiators, they're slowly but surely progressing towards that victory, the much needed win that they wanted to start their day off in 3 players. They're still alive, but 7 Shore finding the right timing. It's just 1 player, and that will be Shogun. Man has been in the backline for a while, but it's an absolute onslaught. 7 Shore, they've done the unthinkable. The most decorated player in the country has been shut down, and the underdogs reign supreme.
And it's all the finishes going to the name of Goat. 13 finishes on this lad. Certainly has to go down in the history books as one of the best individual performances. But what a game of Irrangle was that. I mean, you talk about the pressure, the intensity, every single thing was visible. 7 Shore, we talked about it, did not have the best of positions, but what they did was sort of enable Gladiators to make a push on NON after they knocked out 2 of their players. Gladiators going for the push, and that is where they knew they have they've got them right under their leash. And the moment, you know, they step out, they get those knocks, they push charging through and finish it off.
I mean,
in style.
his name is GOAT, and it seems like he kind of became the GOAT for a while, because taking down teams like Soul, Godlike, Gladiators in a single match all by himself. This is a different feat which has never been achieved. Of course, let's just not even talk about the teams. This man individually stayed in the backlines and constantly kept preparing those nades, the utilities and the gunshots. Enormous stress, enormous pressure, but he still performs. I think that is the sign of an actual GOAT, ladies and gentlemen. But you've got to give it to this entire team, of course, not just this individual player. How beautifully they kind of dictated that last fight.
Yeah, for sure. First taking on 2 players of Error Esports, taking them down, taking control over the area and spreading through the hill. That is the moment I knew they're gonna get the chicken dinner.
Absolutely. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a fabulous start to the day so far, and it seems like it is gonna continue this way itself. But for now, though, there is something special that has just been released. Bolti Band Episode 1 is out, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, we have been watching all the promos so far. We have been watching the storylines, a little bit of teasers here and there. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, let's just watch it once again. And after that, we'll keep talking.
BGMI, it's not an easy game.
Hi guys.
Chico! Mummy? गाड़ी लेकर आ गया और वो भी बाइक. हाँ? इधर क्या भेलपूरी चाटपूरी खाने को जा रहे क्या रे? वैसे तूने गेम तो प्रैक्टिस किया है ना?
वो ना स्टोरेज फुल हो गया है.
BGMI, it's not just a game. It's an emotion.
Help!
तुम लोग गिड़गुड़ कर करके चैम्प्स बन गए और मैं नुबड़ा का नुबड़ा ही रह गया ना.
Well, 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 it did say that Bolti Bande, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great web series, to be honest, especially because of its cast. There are some enormous influences, some great faces inside of this web series. I'm pretty sure the storyline is going to be very, very interesting. And I think I personally am going to go and watch the first episode after the broadcast. But for now, ladies and
Yeah.
gentlemen, let's just focus, fixes on what just went wrong, not just for Gladiators, but also for Godlike, as a matter of fact, because they wanted to take that fight against Gladiators for a while. They were inching ever so close, but so much pressure from all the surrounding areas. Soul, Livecraft, I believe NON as well for a while. It was very problematic.
There you go. NON. I think NON was the biggest hindrance. One player, you saw a moment, right?
Yeah.
Team Godlike had already laden out that smoke path. Z God was the one who was making the move, and suddenly he realizes that he's been shot down and been taken down from elsewhere. That is where Godlike decided, heck no, we can't take this fight. We have to find out some other way, and they decided to go on another path. And that is the point where they spot out the players of Team Soul, and they were knocked out. So they realized, might as well capitalize on the situation, get a few finishes to our name, and they did that. They also survived OR in the process. OR out of nowhere, they also came charging through. But, amidst that fight breaking out, it was good, who was getting everything done from the silence. He was having a frag fiesta.
Absolutely. I mean, the silent assassin over there. I mean, Team Enigma, they've had a fabulous start to this particular day so far, but once again, little errors in judgment here and there. Even OR Esports, as a matter of fact, I think this game was rather successful on a finish perspective, but they could have survived for a little more.
I'm pretty sure what the callouts for OR are. You see a fight, you can capitalize,
Yeah.
go for it. Because they've also come to agree and come to in terms with the fact that they're not going to be making it to the grand finals. So might as well just go all out. But Goblin, this one play against Elcraft, 3 grenades lobbed, 3 players being taken down. But Omega, this one particular play did a lot, at least taking down 2 in the process, finishing off Goblin. Because imagine, had Goblin been alive over here, he's been the player who's been doing it all for Team Soul. Things could have been completely different in this particular fight.
Could have been different, but here was Jonathan who's going to step up. OR Esports came charging right across. Akshat was brilliant in that early fight, but look at this, right? Trigger just going up, taking down every single player one by one, and then this was a 1v1. And of course, the Prince from the Golden Army standing up once again, but not for long because his hopes and dreams were crushed by Seven Shaw. And from the backlines, I think Goated did a massive job in hiding his presence, being anonymous, and that was the biggest key.
Yeah, that indeed was the biggest key. But along with that, I really feel like when, the pressure is lifted off and you're playing without your shackles, I think that is where you kind of tend to show the best in you. Now, all these players have made it to the BMPS, the top 96 teams. They might have had something in them that has kind of enabled them to be over here.
Yep.
It was all about thriving under the pressure. Seven Shore did not have the best of times in the BMPS, but given a game where you've got nothing to lose, you just go all out, play with your hearts, I think you see performances like that.
Exactly, and I think even strategically, this game was well set out for this team, just being in the back lines and controlling the high spots on the circle. But speaking of the circle, I kind of felt like Gladiators would be the one they would know every single nitty-gritty, considering this is their home ground, the military base. But still, I think that position was not actually... Again, Mr. Fixes is going to flex his stats right now that, yeah, was correct. But sure, man, you definitely were correct in that occasion. And I think Gladiators, the situation they are in right now, they once again will have to search for very aggressive games, I think, because they slowly are trickling down on that position ladder.
Come on, they still got the second position, Salt. It's all right. Still secured quite a decent amount of points, so it's fine. And for all our viewers, we've been telling them to get the Avalanche X suit. And if you haven't really tried your luck, might as well do it now, because I've got a feeling in my head now the chances might increase for this, for all these viewers, because we're in the end game.
Oh yeah, for the viewers for sure, but not for
For
Fixes,
us.
I think, because especially this man, I feel very jealous of his loaded inventory. But if you actually add an exo to that arsenal, I think I don't know, man. I'd have to kind of step up my
I've been
game myself.
trying. Don't make things worse for me. It's past 3 days. I've been trying my luck. I have been unlucky. I'm pretty sure from all the people watching the broadcast, somebody will get it tonight.
Absolutely, somebody is
blessing.
going to get it. And if you do get it, just let us know, man. We are going to be happy. And I'm pretty sure we're going to spread the happiness all around. But speaking of spreading happiness, I think one team that would be very happy is going to be Team Seoul because, again, they definitely are in a very comfortable spot, but their only objective was to take down contenders who might actually face them inside of the grand finals, and they've successfully done that.
Yeah, they did. We're going to talk about Seoul a lot after this, but let's bring all that attention to this one player. He was the GOAT. You call him the GOAT Slayer also. That would not be wrong because, having 100% finish contribution, being the MVP, getting more than 10 finishes in a game. How many players have accomplished such an individual feat?
I don't know. There was one such incident where Lynch from ORB had a similar performance with more than 13 finishes, but I think this kind of reminds me of a similar performance. But this was really extraordinary from this young lad. But on the other side, of course, you've got Viper with 6 finishes, Trigger with 6 finishes, surprisingly having a good game for him. Goblin on that MVP chart, still very active, 3 finishes for him and legit with 3. I think everyone really played well, especially in certain fights, right? Goblin did very well in a certain fight, but GOAT was just fabulous overall.
I think for Goblin, it was that fight against Elcraft. 3 nades, 3 knocks. But then I kind of felt like Team Seoul should have done a little bit better to kind of get that trade-off over there and have him protected. But for Team Seoul, the plan was very simple. They wanted to enter inside the circle a little late, and they did that. And once they did, they kind of took on the Western Hills. Now, that is again typical Seoul. We've seen them trying to take that southwestern hills of the military base. They did that in this situation. But when you talk about the points over here, Salty, Gladiators did not have a lot of finishes to their names, but the position points, that 13 points that they've secured overall, that is going to help them massively in their doors of qualification.
Absolutely. I mean, Blood Rose Esports, as a matter of fact, 17 points secured. And then at the very top, you've got Seven Shaw with the chicken with 13 eliminations and 28 overall points. This has been a really good game. But the only problem is, ladies and gentlemen, Seven Shaw, they needed this much earlier inside of this tournament. But in the second half of the first page, you've got some big names out there. You've got OR possibly for the first time getting 9 finishes across the board. Godlike, once again, a decent game to say the very least. I think 6 position points acquired, 4 finishes. They could have had much more, but it seemed like they kind of lost their track, especially after Z-God was knocked out. Kind of goes to show how important this lad is for the team.
Indeed, and in this tournament, like we've discussed, right, week 2 was about Zigor and his heroics. Johnny managed to clutch it against Trigger there, but we know what happened, how it ended. But, moving on ahead in the grand scheme of things, for Elcraft, this was a very important game, and getting 2 points, now 2 matches played, did not go in their favor. This is where the pressure really adds up. It starts building up from here onwards. They will have to think of other ways in securing good points.
Absolutely, even Error Esports, as a matter of fact, 4 points on them. TMZ 2 points. ORB, GWA, 2K and TWOB. I'm not really sure if they are anywhere close to that competition. So mathematically, anything that they get right now is sort of bonus, will kind of boost their morale for the next tournaments and the tournaments that follow. But I think there are some massive storylines already, especially with the kind of fights, the insanity of the fight that we have seen so far, individual brilliance being laid upon. And Team Seoul certainly will be one of the first teams from Group Red to kind of dominate on the leader charts. But they're slowly kind of losing that momentum, don't you think so? Especially with the kind of approach they're going with.
See, honestly, Salty, right now, it's a fight about making it to the grand finals. And then they might think of making it to the top. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we have the next matchup in front of you. Group 11 taking on Group 12. Again, these two teams coming in for the first time in the evening. We've got a lot of teams really to watch out for. But for this game, we've got on desk Mr. I Super Johnny, who is starting to get prepped up. He knows that he's feeling that GOAT vibes, what he did, how he annihilated that lobby. But talking about the teams to watch out for, we've got Gen X FM, we've got WSP, we've got RNT, you've got Psych on the other side. We've also also the likes of Team X Park, who also, Johnny, I feel have made it to the grand finals.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they are in a safer position compared to where they were before, of course, but still, the journey is not over. We
Yeah.
still are expecting a few new names to enter that top 16 bracket.
We certainly are. But you did watch the last game.
Oh.
Tell me what was going on in your head when you saw Goat doing all the deed over there.
To be honest, I didn't think it would get all the way to 13. I thought he would be taken down quite early.
Yeah.
But it all started with those third parties that where he was involved in the middle of Team Soul and Team Godlike. And from the sidelines, I wonder why everyone was ignoring him. This man has gone ahead and destroyed 2 or 3 players from either sides, and still both the teams were still busy fighting each other.
Even I was wondering why is he left unchecked for
Yeah.
now. Nobody was focusing on him. Maybe because of that little bit of a slopey ridge
Yeah, ridge.
advantage he had, because nobody was from the back line. Had that been the case, it would have been otherwise. But now, Johnny, game number 1 is over for the evening. Let's focus on game number 2. It is going to be the map of Miramar,
Yeah.
and we've got quite a lot of these teams trying to fight it out, and we've got a lot of strong contenders. We've got the likes of Gen X FM, Team X Park. You've also got Team Psych. From everybody, what are your expectations? What are you looking forward to in this
I
game?
mean, considering it is Miramar, I expect no early scrambles in this map. Teams are
sure?
going to try to play slow. I mean, I
Are you
understand there
sure?
are a lot of teams that have pretty much given up already on their qualification. We did see that nuance in the early drop clash that happened in Erangel, but Miramar can be a different thing. I mean, you never know. Teams can try to break the gameplay of the teams at the top just by cutting off their rotation. You don't necessarily need to drop clash right on their heads. You can just wait out on the peripheries, and I mean, you will get lucky if the zone is not near you, because the other team will be forced to rotate. If the circle is on you, then you might just commit to an all-in fight. But from this match, I think teams to look out for will definitely one of the big names, not big names, but a name that's getting there has to be 4HM.
4 horsemen, I don't know, because I would have liked the other ones, the 4 AM, the 4
yeah, my
aggressive men.
apologies,
They are the ones to really look out for. They will be playing later. But Gen X FM, I think this is one team we need to talk about.
Gen
a
X
little bit.
FM can be aggressive with 4HM. If you might have noticed in the last few days, they are also running into a lot of fights and causing a lot of trouble. So that is one of the reasons why you need to look out for them, because this is that one team that can be that variable that ruins the day for the top contenders out of nowhere.
We've seen that happen. We've
Yes.
seen that happen. We just saw what 7 Shot did. But don't you think week number 3 has been all about, teams that did not have a lot of chance? Now,
True.
given the opportunity, they're stepping up. Yesterday, we saw A2K get a chicken dinner, quite a few other names, not the usual suspects that we kind of acquainted with. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. It is the game of Miramar, and we are going to be setting sails. It is going to be from Impala to Minas del Sur. And this is a flight path trajectory I don't think a lot of teams would like.
No one's going to like this flight path, but I definitely do. This one is going to be intense, and it's going to be fun to watch as well. In the meanwhile, though, there's going to be an exciting turn of events for the teams that will look to land towards the northern part of the map. I mean, we can expect a lot of fight. But coming back to what you were saying just before we went into the game, yesterday's first match, Hyper, a team that no one was keeping an eye on, ended up putting a big chicken dinner on the board. And even though that will still leave them a lot of distance to cover before they get to the top 16, I would say it was a good start, and it was a good turn of events.
I think for Hyper Legends, yesterday's game of Wrangle, I remember they
Yes.
managed to get the chicken dinner. And this one, hoping they get another one. But Marcus Gaming 0. Now, this is again one of those teams heavily stacked up in All-Stars lineup by all
Yeah.
means. You've got some nice players. But BMPS hasn't really been a tournament that they can go on to say a lot of things about. Yesterday, still managed to get a chicken dinner in Sanhok. But then again, at the if you look at the bigger picture over here, Johnny, in comparison, there has been this little bit of a contrast from Group Blue to Group Red. Where you see Group Blue, you kind of have those usual suspects getting that chicken dinner.
Yeah.
Oh, what am I even saying? It
Insane.
is insane all along.
Let's just say one name for Group Blue that took the chicken dinners. Insane, yeah.
But for Group Red, so many of these new names that have been stepping up. Do you think it has to do everything with the pressure finally being lifted off?
Definitely does. I mean, pressure being lifted up and pressure being built up on the big names, because they will be the ones who are chasing the target. They are the ones who are chasing the target as of now. But love the fact that there was at least a little bit of a bolt action usage in the early stages of Miramar. But none of the shots actually connected, and Hyper Teju does manage to get himself to safety. But this is, again, one of those developments that we were hoping for, an early drop clash. But this one is a little bit more intense, because we have Psych going up against Invincibles, and it's going to be Striker who actually strikes off one of the players from the opposing side, but what are the other players doing? It's a 2-1 split.
I think
as
they
of now.
never intended to come over here. Maybe
I agree. Yeah.
their idea was to get down at Valdemar. I feel like they've not done their homework because Team Psych is one of those teams that kind of likes to drop around here. And you talk about Team Psych, we've been having this conversation that they are one of those teams, Johnny. To be honest, they kind of
Yeah.
play by the book.
Yes.
No shenanigans, none of those flashy plays. They play as a team and make things work. And I think the position they're holding on to, just a couple more points, and they will also secure their qualification.
Of course, but that was definitely a move that took a lot of courage from the lad. I believe that was like 200 meters or something, and he was trying to spray him down with an Uzi. Never going to happen. But maybe with the AKM, a better odds for Orwa. Has the Winchester as well. I think Psych, they might get overheated if they try and hunt down this second player from the side of Invincible. So it is a good idea for them to back off, reset, look for better loots, helmet, armor, and then maybe try and chase the players from the side of Invincibles and pick them off. But it seems like, nah, they don't care. They are just going to go for it.
No, it's not about them trying to take a fight over here, Johnny. I really feel like they're getting inside the circle. Like I said, no, this is one of those teams, gets some basic loot done and takes on the center of the zone. Now, which is formed around Minas Generalis. Now, this is one of the circle we've been privy to. There have been multiple occasions. We've seen the circle maybe ending towards the junkyard side, or sometimes it takes a little bit of a hard shift around La Benedita, just around the edges of that. So, that's what I'm thinking about them. But Team X Park, they would be feeling quite comfortable knowing for a fact that they've made it into the top 16 already. I think they're at the 14th position right now.
Yeah, I think somewhere around that position, and I think it will be easy for them to, not easy, but it is very easily doable that they hold on to that position, move on to the grand finals, the ultimate position where everyone right now wants to be. For a team like X-Park, I'll be honest, as you mentioned at the start, even before we jumped into the action, the performance has not really been up to the par. And I do agree with that, because you look at the lineup that is there on paper, and again, I said this a few days ago, you look at them and you easily think like top 5 should be very easy for this team to secure. But then again, the format of this tournament did force them to evolve and take a new level, take their gameplay to another level, and they have definitely evolved in the last few days. But again, the finals, we expect it is going to be something else.
It's all about the players of Team X Park starting to deliver. Dreams, sometimes, I don't know what's in that lad. Every time an official event comes up, or if it's the LAN, he steps off massively. He's been getting quite a lot of finishes to his name. Sarang, Spray God, you've got two of the best assaulters in the country right now with Pukar. An amazing IGL. Along with that, even his fragging numbers are quite high. So you've got all these, all these factors aligning for Team X Park. So that has really propelled them to do this well. And yesterday, that game of Erangel, they were phenomenal. Did not get the chicken dinner, but still a second position finish is something that has ensured their qualification.
I do agree with that. I mean, for them, the case has been that half of the time, only half of the squad is in the zone, not inside of the game, but like a mental zone where they are feeling the heat of the moment. They are feeling very confident. So 2 of the players will do really well, and the other 2 are just going to chill inside of the match. But in the last few days, I mean, all 4 players have synergized perfectly. But this team, we've been waiting for Gen X FM to take that fearless Marathas form once again, and it seems like in week 3 that has actually come back in action.
Little bit, because that one game of Weekendy, that was amazing from Gen X FM. We really loved that game, and but barring that, the other one did not go the way they kind of expected.
True.
But still, Gen X FM, they're in fighting chances to make it to get the golden ticket for the BMPS Grand Finals. But I'm pretty sure, Johnny, a lot of our viewers might have tuned in for the first time. Where's the Grand Finals again?
Oh, it's happening in Eka Arena in Ahmedabad, ladies and gentlemen. Do make sure that you guys follow Crafton India Esports on their social media handles so that you have all the updates about where the grand finals are, when the grand finals are. Every single piece of information is there. And of course, a lot of new exciting things being introduced in BGMI.
Oh, indeed. And, we have been talking about the Eka Arena. A lot of people, those who are in Ahmedabad, make sure you've got your calendars booked. But those who aren't and still want to witness the biggest competition in Indian esports BGMI right now, make sure you book your tickets to Ahmedabad. Of course, the tickets inside the venue will be, up for grabs. That's all right.
Soon.
Yeah,
Very soon.
it'll be soon. It'll be out. You registered, but make sure if you are living outstation, have your tickets, whatever it is, 15th, 16th, 17th.
And again, if you guys want to ask, like, when are the tickets coming out for the grand finals, follow Crafton India Esports on their social media handles. You will get the updates over there. But let's bring our conversation back to the game, because now we have WSB on our screens. And WSB, again, when we started the day yesterday, they were in a position from where it felt like, all right, it shouldn't be too difficult. Like 30-40 points needed in 5 matches is an easy feat for a team like WSB. But yesterday wasn't a great day overall.
Indeed, wasn't just that one game of Erangel, but again, they were pushed in by the lads of HyperX. You remember they just survived one fight, but seems like they're in the midst of another. It is Team Titans that they're going up against.
And this one is going to be intense. Punk from the side of Titan has been taken down low, and David as well. This nade is going to be the opening that WSB were looking for. Zeref so precise with the utility. David somehow has managed to dodge the damage for a while, but how long will he survive? Titans, they are taking a very nasty hit, one after the other.
Oh, they certainly are at this point, but look at Zap. He did manage to get a knock though, but still got traded. Now it's all on Raiden, who's holding himself in this compound as the push comes through. Zverev providing that cover fire. They did spot out one, but failed to deliver.
Zverev needs to be careful. And it's 2 OP as well. He is still present in this fight, but numbers equalize. This fight can swing either way. In the meanwhile, though, Raiden is going to be finished off. Zeres still manages to stand, and David from the side of Titan is the last man standing. WSB, they did try their level best to leave this fight, to leave this position unscathed, but Titan making them bleed. 1v2, and David, he's going to go for this one. Takes damage from the nade, spots out the players, or at least tries to spot out the players. A beautiful jump dodge on the other side of the wall. But we all know what his fate is going to be. Both the players, they're going to look to push in tandem, and there it is.
Oh my god, WSP did manage to win the fight, did get those 4 points, but losing out on 2 of their players was not needed. I really felt this is where they started taking on the pressure, because Nanoboy, he was just one player. There were 3 players in front of him and still managed to take down 2 in the process. And it was David who was providing that cover fire from the backlines. But you look at the bigger picture, WSP will not be happy about it.
And so will the players of Downhill Esports, because it is going to be UP50, an easy push. 2 players knocked out in the middle of nowhere. The vehicle got blown up, and UP50 easy finishes secured. But I think as they look to move forward towards the northern side, towards the zone itself, they might run into a little bit of a pickle, because there's Revenant waiting at the southern edge of the circle.
You know, for Revenant, we know what Apollo did in Vikendi yesterday. And if we get to see many or more of those moments, a few more, in fact, before the grand finals, I think, yeah, we'll all be happy. But for, you know, Revenant as a team, they've come a long way. You talk about them, they've been always one of those favorites to win it all, but ever so close, and that's so far been their storyline. The curse hasn't really been lifted from them. But U4G, now this is one of those teams that I really feel like could surprise us.
And this is going to be one of the surprises. U4G spotted the players of Revenant Esports, and Prithvi, he's trying his level best to kick things off. A clip committed towards Apollo, but he misses everything. Stark, look at him. He's taken a nasty shot right in the face, and his helmet is completely damaged. U4G, I don't think they will get another chance like this to take down the players of Revenant Esports.
Not a better chance than this. And look at Revenant, they're kind of chill. They've got Sensei in, and this time you've also got Sim playing in your roster. So that's another story going on over here. But coming back to the center of the zone, you've got Team 10 on the center. You've got Team X-Pac rotating from the northern side. They've gotten that southern El Azahar hills under their control. So they're in a very good commanding position. Now Revenant, again, one of the most technical teams, getting the very good spot. But now we've got Team X-Pac in the midst of a fight against Gen X FM.
And they're trying to get a decent angle, a better position from where they can try and pick off a few players from the side of Gen X FM, but might just be a plan to fall back as well as X-Pac. We see them back off completely, and Gen X FM, they're trying to hold on to the ridges. They expect a fight. They expect a push from the opposing team, but X-Pac, as we talked about it, they realize how important it is for them to actually protect their position inside of the overall top 16, and that is what their objective is.
Talking about Team X-Pac, they realize that this is one of those games where if they can get some decent position points, because we know you put them in right positions and they're bound to succeed.
Yeah.
So that has been the so-called case with Team X Park. And hence, trying to avoid these early fights. I think one of the other reasons could be that they might be anticipating a third party. They do not want to be a part of this. They do not know of the whereabouts of the other team. But look at this circle shift towards the southern side of El Azhar, a circle that we have not witnessed quite a lot of times, at least in the BMPS.
Yeah.
Now, so many teams are going to be migrating from the western side. I mean, a lot of them are bound to fall.
Oh, it is going to be so risky and so tricky to be able to gain control of the center of the circle at this point. But we do see Midwave already climbing up that hill towards the eastern half. And that will give them an advantage in terms of vision, in terms of cover. Look at these ridges just blockaded from the front. Midwave, they need to be careful with how they move out of this position and reposition themselves on this map. Although Atanki has gained a lot of terrain and has cleared up a lot of space for his teammates to actually follow up, move up to that high ground and play the rest of the game from there on out.
For Midwave, BMPS has been of a little bit of a roller coaster. I think I've really seen them flourish in those individual moments. Few grenades from Atanki, you've seen Snacks delivering with the sprays. But when you talk about them as a whole team, that's where things haven't really worked out in their favor. But look at this, HyperX getting the better out of the players of UP50.
Well, Hyper's lost 2 before they could take down 1 from the side of UP50, and Teju as well, just standing behind that rock, not enough cover for 2 people to stay hidden. They take a lot of damage. UP50 realize this is their time to push, and it's going to be Sarkar pushing forward with the DBS. Secures the opening knock. Is going to try and go for the second. Takes a lot of damage and will be traded out by Sue. Everett in the back lines. Adnant way in the back. Can't really be a part of the action anymore. Although Everett can get that revive on towards Sarkar. But what is this? A third party on the players of Hyper. It is Revenant Esports trying to chime in from the back lines. But as soon as Sensei got close, he was knocked out by Rensler.
Yeah, this did not work out really well for Revenant. Of course, they did manage to get a knock though, but the entire attention is to try and get Sensei back up. Well, he's being spotted out from the backgrounds, shot back, and there you go, Revenant. I think they have to get the hell out of here.
Yeah, they do, definitely do, because if they don't, then along with Hyper and UP50, they will also take unnecessary damage, and that can be detrimental to the endgame result that they want. In the meanwhile, look at this. Sue and Rensler just hiding behind that one boulder, trying to dodge the damage from U4G, from the players of UP50. And of course, there will be a little bit of panic after you see Revenant Esports get too close.
No, Revenant, they've gotten those compounds, but now there's been a little bit of a reset in this particular fight. But UP50, they are aware that there is not just 3 but 4 teams in the mix. If they get a little bit too out in the open, I think they might have to meet their demise. But UP50 opening things up against Hyper, that was nice. They got those 3 finishes. Yeah, lost out on one of their players, but again, when you talk about their journey so far, I think it looks a little too difficult for them to make it to the grand finals. But look at this, another zone shift going and favoring the players of Midwave.
And Midwave, they will try their level best to take full advantage of this, but they need to make sure that the southwestern edge of the circle will be cleared. Because you have the players from WSB, Gen XFM taking control of that southwestern edge, and if they actually gain advantage or get anywhere close into the line of fire of Midwave, then things can be extremely brutal for the side of Midwave as well, since they were playing with that 2-2 split. But let's see how this game is going to turn around. In the meanwhile, we switch focus and look at the players of Team Psych. In fact, Orva is the one we are observing right now. It seems like he wants to check the surrounding, but all of this commotion is causing a little bit of panic for the lads of Psych as well.
Oh, it certainly is. And for Team Psych, we've discussed already, dropping down on the edges of the circle. They've always stuck onto the very basics, kept their fundamentals straight, and you could see they are in a very good position of getting that golden ticket into the grand finals. Now, for Team Psych, like we've discussed, right? They've got a little bit of cover, they're around the edges, and this is the replay. We saw Teju OP getting the better out of KSR. Sadly, nobody could third party, but then suddenly Sensei comes to throw a spanner in the works of both these teams, gets a knock done, in fact gets a finish secured, but that's when he realizes, oops, there's another team from the backlines who has taken us down.
It was one of the players way too close to Sensei that he completely ignored, I believe, because he was scoped in.
Yeah.
So his vision might have been reduced.
It was 10 in fact.
Yeah. But it is going to be interesting to see how Revenant now recovers. But U4G, look at this. The push on Invincibles finally coming to shove. And it is one knock from either side as of now. But Prithvi taking down Abi can be that important pick that changes it all. Aim God in the meanwhile trying to see if he can get close to Captain to go for a revive, and Prithvi as well will put on a first aid and continue to push on the players of Invincible. They make a cargo in the air to try and get them out of this game, but even that doesn't work out. But U4G, they don't know how to stop. They just keep going, and now the players of Revenant will feel their wrath. Prithvi with a little bit of damage on one of the players from the side of RNT is going to look to secure a few more finishes as he gets Simps number on the board. 4 eliminations on the side of U4G. Is that going to be enough fixes?
You know, R&T, they were caught between a rock and a hard place. For U4G, you must have noticed earlier even Prithvi tried to take a few shots at Sensei. He missed then, but this time, given a second opportunity, he strikes gold. But Fierce, the last player alive against Aru from Midwave, and seems like the grenade has really not reached his mark.
Midwave quite unfortunate, got pushed upon, weren't really able to control the fight. Even though they were the first ones to get to that high ground, still struggling to survive in this matchup. Captain, look at him, I believe has a little bit of information about one of the players from the side of Revenant, but is a little hesitant in making that push happen. Fierce, although, is going to be knocked out by Prithvi's nade, and should be an easy finish for him to secure Apollo now. This man was there. He was one of the best players yesterday in the map of Akendi, that incredible 1v4. But in this game, I don't think he will be able to do much.
Let's not rule him out yet. We know, I mean, this player can instantly switch gears any given moment. He's been feeling himself, still getting the bandages done, but now he's under heavy fire. So many of those teams were trying to migrate, like you remember, from that western side. Hence so much of that trouble. And certainly Hyper Rinsler, he must be hoping, if I had a few more teammates with me, this was one of those games they could have really converted.
Oh, for sure. I mean, had they had the momentum, had they had the numbers in their favor, this could have been their matchup. But look at that. 4HM on the northern side, and Marcos Gaming 0 towards that southeastern side still have a brilliant opportunity to win the game. In the meanwhile, we will see Dionysus in a fight for his life as the players of Gen X FM are looking to push that factory. Finally, they decide might not be a good idea and try to back off. Their backlines are also compromised, so had they made the push, things could have actually backfired upon the side of Midwave.
Oh, it certainly could have, but for now, Midwave, with just one player out of the picture, still look at WSP. They are going for a push. Apollo all by his lonesome. He's got to play his angles right. Gets one knock. Can he get the other? No is going to be the answer, as Anuj will take him down.
Just a shotgun doing the damage in close ranges, but over here 10 versus Midwave. Atanki is going to be taken out. Aru and Snacks, they have a brilliant flank setup, and the crossfire does get them a trade, but will it be enough for Midwave to bring themselves back from this fight? That is a very tough position to be in. They have lost one player. Atanki did get finished off. Diana 6 in turn was knocked out, but 10, they have been left bleeding on the low ground as well.
Oh, they certainly have been. And for now, you know, Midwave have had quite a journey, to be honest, inside this game. They've been constantly forcing out fights. And, you know, it baffles me that they still have 3 players surviving. Dionysus getting that revive, but look at Kani. I think he's got the players of Genesis under his control. In fact, the players of Gen X FM, as Vishu, he's gone down.
You said Midwave has been forcing fights. They don't have any finishes. Their points kept getting taken away, and Midwave, they're getting more and more desperate with every single second to put those numbers on the board. But over here we have 4 troublemakers looking to cause some trouble, but this time on the receiving end of it as they run into the players of Team Xbox. Spray God is going to be knocked out as the third party happens from the side of UP50, but this is not over. There are more teams lurking on those mountains, and Team Xbox, it will be such a troublesome position for them to be in if after the next 16 seconds the circle is not on top of their heads.
Oh yeah, for now, Midwave, look at Snacks and look at the players of Gen X FM. They still do have that numbers advantage. All they need to do is get that revive on Insidious. Now Aru having this little bit of a high ground place, he has to position himself properly because he might get shot from the backlines if he's not too careful.
Dionysus, I mean, it looks so easy. He just needs to move towards the left, go around the corner and just spray down inside the smoke. Gen X FM, they have recovered. Hyper Rinsler can be the game changer in this entire fight because he hasn't moved an inch. He hasn't given any information to the players of Genex FM and neither to the players from the side of Midwave. But Aru with that high ground knock secured Genex FM down to the last player. Midwave, they have a brilliant opportunity of securing this fight, but the third party in the right nick of time coming in from the players of 4HM, that high ground advantage doing wonders for them, has forced the players from Midwave to back off and Genex FM to stick towards the right hand side of the silos as well.
Oh my god, now we're in a very interesting situation. Mox gets that grenade and in fact seems like Gen XFM will survive the onslaught. Now this is slowly turning out to be a really good game for them. You know, Midwave, they've not been wiped off, but yeah, Dionysus, this finish is also going to be secured, and this brings their tally up to 7 finishes in this matchup. But there you go, Aru surviving there in the high grounds will get traded instantly as Gen XFM have 8 finishes to their name.
Aru tried his level best. He wanted to take down both of them and one man was caught completely off guard, but it wasn't enough. In the meanwhile, Weishu, look at him keeping eyes on the roadside, and Sarang is going to be extremely low over there from the side of X-Pac. Weishu, if this nade connects, maybe the finish is going to be going towards the side of Genex FM. 8 finishes already, and we are still in the top 7 teams remaining. The Molotov, it's a bit short.
A little bit short, but Team X-Pac, I think having that little bit of a low ground advantage. I think this is the perfect time. They will have to commit for the push. If they have the information that Gen X FM, they're reduced to just one-man team. And now Vishu, he's got to do all that lead. And suddenly this is what Team X-Pac were waiting for, but they did not have their backlines clear.
Yeah, their backlines weren't clear, and this will be too much pressure for them to deal with. There's just one squad behind them, but a lot more in the front. Psych, what can they do? Well, quite a lot, because Orwa's nade was just perfect, and Sarang will hit the deck. Dreams and Puka still surviving, but Psych Orwa, he does not care, goes for the push, and he will make sure that he at least walks away with a few extra finishes in his name. Dreams and Puka fighting in tandem. Orwa taking a lot of damage, will be finished off, and along with him, even Psych are going to be forced to take an early exit. Gen XFM, what are they up to? They try to push the players of X-Pac, but end up getting annihilated themselves.
You know, Pokar and Dreams, they've been the MVP of this fight, but hold on, U4G, they've got the higher ground. Team X-Pac have no other option to make a desperate push, and there you have WSP's final surviving player will get the job done as he gets that elimination as the final 4 teams remain, with U4G having such a massive advantage, having such a high ground in their favor. I think this has to go in their bag.
And they have 16 eliminations on the board. Look at that, dropping big numbers towards the closing matches of their groups. But for HM, I believe it shouldn't be too difficult for U4G to secure those finishes and put their name all over it. Look at that, the Molotov was perfect. Krypton, he's still there with a sliver of HP. And Captain, even if he takes a few shots inside the smoke, should be able to catch that individual off guard and put another point in his own pocket.
I really could not understand. How could he not go in for a finish? Surely must have read the finish feed that the entire squad was not taken out. And suddenly he has his attention fixated elsewhere. Anuj to OP, the lonesome survivor. You've got Krypton, the only man surviving. Now, 3 different teams, everybody with just one player. U4G having that man advantage. And this is where AimGod has to come out of his cover to make sure that Krypton, he's been dealt with. Seems like he spots it, finally will put him down.
Well, finally they get him. And that brings us, ladies and gentlemen, to the top 3 teams. But as soon as U4G, they try to push Anuj 2OP from the side of WSB, who are still in the game. They lose one of their men, but end up finishing him off. Now it's a 1v3 for Rinsler, and with a shotgun, he won't be able to accomplish a lot as soon as it was U4G in the numbers advantage. And having picked off the players from the side of X-Pac, I think even they knew that this win will be theirs. It is going to be their name all over it. It's not a small feat as well. Look at that, 24 finishes on the board. A 35-point game coming in from the side of U4G. That is incredible.
You know, hitting that 20 bomber there, I loved it from U4G.
Yeah.
Right from the very get-go. I think the first instant we had was Prithvi trying to take a few pot shots at Sensei. He missed on that occasion. But these guys were always there like hounds in the desert, trying to find any third party they got. They went for it. And the best part was when they kind of read the circle so perfectly, just taking on that high ground. And from then on, onwards, it was a absolute frag fest for them. But yeah, props to a few other teams. I think Gen X FM definitely, outliving to the expectations. Even Team X Park in those really clutchy moments, they also played really well.
Yeah, they were quite critical of how they were moving around, and especially in the early stages, them just backing off from a fight that they could have potentially won. Showcase that this team wants to stay safe. They want to play for placement points. But ladies and gentlemen, while U4G might have been blessed inside of the game, I want to know from you guys, have you guys been blessed with a fool's blessing yet in the match? If yes, do make sure to let us know, tag us in your stories, and if not, and you want a little bit more information or motivation to check out the fool's blessing, well, that is exactly what we are about to do. So let's go. I hope that was enough motivation for you guys to actually go inside the game, go to the reward section and check out the Fool's Blessing. Because we have been trying to get that for ourselves every single day, but to no avail, unfortunately.
At least for both of us.
Yeah, at least for now.
We have been unlucky for now.
Yes.
Because we're still going to keep on trying.
Yeah.
I've been trying out the X suit, I've been trying out on this, and I for sure have not been blessed.
Well, doesn't matter. We don't give up. Just like the teams. The teams never give up. They fight till their last breath, and they will fight until there is eventually just one team remaining. That is also what we saw in this matchup of Miramar. It was absolutely incredible. Was off to a slow start, but still, the middle game action was quite intense. And one of the teams, as we look at the recap, I want to talk about is Midwave, because they had control of that hill so early, and yet I don't know why the call was made to actually start moving up north. I understand the zone actually move up north as well, but Midwave could have stayed and held on to that mountain.
They actually went down around the silos, if you had noticed.
Yeah.
For a matter of fact, I kind of agree with you. I really felt like they could have focused on having the higher ground, something that U4G did, and there was no need of trying to do something else, because now they were caught in a really tough spot. You got the players of Gen X FM out of nowhere, and then suddenly Gen X FM, they did not have the circle. They did not have any of the single factors also favoring them. But despite that, they still hit hard, got a lot of finishes to their names. Now, when you look at the overall standings, which will come just in a wee while, or maybe towards the end of the day, you will see Gen X FM and Team X Park climbing up massively.
Oh, Gen X FM, I mean, I would love to see what they can actually accomplish with the matches that they have left, because there aren't that many anymore. In the meanwhile, Hyper definitely, I mean, a lot of teams would have gone out to the all chat and asked them like not to get a little too hyper, because this game was just too much of them just controlling everyone. U4G doing very well. Hyper in that one fight did scramble for a lot of finishes, but Rinsler surviving, I think, was a gift that was given to them by the players of RNT, because they just showed up as a nice little distraction.
Yeah, and now if you look at the overall standings of this particular week, if you remember, Hyper was on the second position or something.
Yes.
And now in the second game that they got to play, they managed to get a number 2 spot. So I think they are just going to further up the ante. But now when you look at the overall standings, when you have Group Blue and Group Red in the mix, that is where the bonus points really come into play.
That
now,
is
all
true.
these teams from down below coming up, maybe they might have, those 25, 20 points, those bonus points, but that's not going to help them, whilst the others really need that.
Of course, the others definitely need a few extra bonus points, ladies and gentlemen. But if you want good entertainment inside of games of your games of BGMI, check out the new collection that's there with Ranveer Singh being featured. There's a voice pack, there's costumes, there's skins for vehicle, there's skins for weapon, everything that will make your BGMI just fly.
Certainly. And, we're talking about entertainment under one roof, the best of Bollywood, the best Battle Royale game. In that you try him out, those amazing voice lines. What could get better than this? But when you're talking about the other teams, well, Revenant, not a lot to talk about, because, hey, this team has almost made it to the qualifications of the grand finals. They have done that, and they're kind of in a comfortable spot. You could also see that they kind of
Exactly.
subbed off MJ, Gordon, Simp, and they were just playing for fun. But there still were moments where Apollo almost managed to take 2 players down.
I don't think it was for fun. I think they're just warming themselves up for a lot more team fights in the finals. And I
Yeah.
think that is one of the reasons we just saw them push and push and push for that third party when it was Hyper. There's another team that they were already fighting. And then U4G from the distance were able to third party and pick off a few extra points from that entire fiasco for themselves. But Revenant, they had multiple opportunities where they could have actually backed off, reset, and then come back in into the action. And maybe they could have actually secured a lot of extra points. But as you so rightfully said, at this point, they're already in the top 16. Not a lot to worry about. Not a lot to gain from a very big matchup. Maybe just improve their rankings going into the finals. But hey, in the finals, if they do better, they get a lot more.
They certainly get a lot more. But there's another team that we need to talk about, John. It has to be WSP.
Yeah.
You remember those fights they were being pushed at. They somehow managed to survive towards the very end also. I think they also won that fight against Revenant, where Anush 2OP came out for a clutch. And for WSP, like we said, they have to push further.
Yeah.
And getting all these finish points is eventually going to help them. But I think they need to look at finishing at having a podium finish, really. Because now this is one of those teams I feel like they have to be heavily reliant on those bonus points that will be granted to them after this week ends. And if they do not get somewhere around 20 or 15 points, means they are out of the equation.
Exactly. I 100% agree with that. Because the bonus points will be the game changer once the final rankings are out for this particular group. And 25 bonus points for finishing on that first position. 20 for finishing on second in terms of your group itself can be game changing, can be the difference between you qualifying inside of the finals and you staying out and watching the action from home.
Oh, it will indeed be. And now when you look at this matchup of Miramar, you could see that intensity between those teams. We were talking about, the numbers starting to dwindle in terms of the number of matches remaining. And for Gen X FM, they had to hit this out of the park. They did. You talk about WSP, barring the circumstances, they still perform. Team X Park, they have solidified their position, but still, in terms of those fights, you could see those, they're making impossible somehow happen, especially Pukar, when nothing was really working out in his favor. He was on the lower grounds, still managed to take a high ground fight and still won.
I mean, these are the plays that end up defining if you will just be another player inside of the lobby or will you be the MVP of the game, ladies and gentlemen. Pukar might not have been able to secure that title in this game, but we'll find out who that individual is right about now, ladies and gentlemen, because that is what is coming up next, and it will be Aim God from the side of U4G. 7 eliminations secured, a 35% contribution towards the team's finishes in this game.
I think for U4G, we did not get to see them a lot in the action, but we realized for a fact that them taking this high ground advantage opened up those floodgates for them to go for more. And this is what we've been talking about, right? In fact, WSP finishing so high up the ladder, getting 16 points out here. You've got Team X Park with 15 and Gen X FM. These 12 points are so crucial, especially them having played 13 games, in which in one game they messed up, but the other two went kind of really nice, averaging around 10 plus points every game. I think I'm liking what they're doing.
I mean, at this point, it should be okay. It should keep them in the race for the top 16. But Gen X FM, I think one good push is going to be required. Psych! What has happened to Team Psych? They've slowed down when they need to just push forward.
Yeah, and I felt like they would have finished a little bit higher than this.
True.
Because if you remember, we had seen Psych pretty late into the game. I think they were the ones who were kind of stopping the players of Team X Park from pushing, because they were catching them from the backlines while Team X Park went ahead. And it was in fact Pukar who managed to take all of those players down along with Dreams there. So Psych, this is one of those games that will go down to hurt them a little bit, because like we discussed, Psych was also in the race and one game passed away, not a lot of points for them. I think the pressure is starting to eat them up now.
Exactly, and you talk about messing situations up where you can actually, or you could have actually capitalized. Look at Midwave. They had such a brilliant position to work with, and yet just 2 points recovered from this matchup. Revenant, they don't have a lot to worry about. 2 points on the board. Why do they care? Already in the top 16 again. But Marcus Gaming 0. Again, this is a team that we expected a lot from, but even this match is something that wasn't to their liking.
Yeah, did kind of improve from week 1 into week 2, but now in week 3, yeah, they started off with a chicken dinner in Sanok, but that
Yeah.
was Sanok. It kind of is heavily stacked up. Whoever gets the zone kind of has a bigger chance of winning it. Yesterday that happened with them. But when you talk about Marcus Gaming in a bigger perspective, I don't think their chances into the grand finals are too solid. But let's see, we've still got a lot of games to go.
Exactly. We still have a few more matches left, ladies and gentlemen. And as I say that, it is time to move forward and have a look at the teams that will be playing in the next matchup. It will be between the teams from Group 8 and Group 11. So we have Blood Rose, we have NOX, A2K, TWOB, Godlike, Soul, ORB and OR Esports returning back to the party. And along with them, we will have Team 10, Gen X FM, Titan, WSB, Hyper, Invincibles, UP50 and Revenant Esports. Now, this game for the teams of Group 11 was quite decent. We saw Gen X FM do quite decent for themselves. Hyper as well overall did quite well for themselves. Not a lot of finishes, but the placement points were good enough to keep them part of the action. Revenant, we know they will cause a lot of trouble for a lot of these teams. But Salty, you joining me on the panel, what are your expectations from this next game? It will be the map of Sanok.
I know that, right? It will be
Yeah.
the map of Sanok. And in terms of expectations, I think we'll have to keep our expectations a little low right now
Why?
because there are teams who are hungry for blood, right? And considering the storyline that we have, that multiple teams are fighting for the top 16, I think their hopes might be dampened.
I mean, the hopes might be dampened, but I hope the hopes of the fans that are supporting Team Godlike aren't dampened anymore, because the team was in a position yesterday when we started the day. They were in a position from where
Yeah.
a few good finishes could have gotten them into the top 16. And today, I believe still there is opportunity. One big win and a good week overall. You get those bonus points, and the top 16 is all yours.
Absolutely, but I think the only problem will be getting those bonus points because right now, currently, Johnny, it seems like the table is extremely stacked up. And the further the games go, it seems like the lead at the top, it keeps on increasing.
Yeah.
So the trail that Godlike has to chase is massive.
Hey, at least you're not dealing with Team Insane, because that would have been a tough position to be in to work for those 25 points. Insane is definitely going to make you work for it. But over here, I think still it is achievable. You can walk away with 20 points at least. And even, as I said, one big game, a big game for me, Salty, is 30 points.
Yeah.
I think 30 points can be game-changing.
30 points can certainly be game-changing, at least set them up for success
Yeah.
in this one. But the map of Sanok, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of theory crafting has gone into it, which team is going to progress through. But let's just actually watch this map in action as we dive into the game. The Big Bird is back up on the skies, and we are flying over the tropical islands. This time, though, the flight path is a little bit on the northern side. You've got it starts off from Lokabi, ends towards Hatin as well. So I want to know your thoughts, Johnny, because this flight path certainly does take away that entirety of the Sami region out of the picture. Majority of the teams
Yeah.
will be focusing there for the first hits.
I mean, if you want to get to Sami from this flight path, you land just outside of Painan and Camp Charlie and then just walk. That is it. On Sanok, you are just thinking about, all right, how much will I have to walk? Will it be 100 meters? Will it be a 200 meter
Yeah.
walk? Will I walk 400 meters? And I don't think there is any flight path in this map that will make you go beyond that, because you can just easily glide as well, quite easily, just beyond Painan or even all the way towards Sami if you are just like going extremely slow. And the flight path would have been ever so slightly towards the center as well. But let's look at the most important thing in Sanok. Early drop clashes. Are we seeing any? I think we are towards Painan especially. We have the squad of Blood Rose. We have two more teams. Titan is definitely going to be one of them. But Team 10 also dropping in the city of Painan. And this is an early fight breaking out. Titans and BR Titans. Blood Rose, trading players from either sides. Both the squads are down to 3 players already.
Absolutely. I think Blood Rose, they found that initial contact, but they've lost Viper as well. So it's a positive trade for both the sides. Again, Team 10 completely dominating on the other side of the stream. So this is going to be interesting to watch
Yeah.
out for, because when they make that crossover, I think this just means death for either of these sides. So if they have to take this fight, they have to be extremely cautious not to give into the pressure, not to lose any further bodies, because that puts them in a massive disadvantage.
Well, let's see. Team 10, they will be waiting on the other side, waiting patiently to see, as you mentioned, who survives the collision, who survives the onslaught, and who makes it through. But so far into this match, we have another one breaking out. It's going to be Goblin from the side of Soul. The aggression from the entire team. Nothing that TWOB can handle. Another finish on the board.
Another finish on the board already. And Team Soul, they certainly are doing fine in this game once again. Just early finishes all across the board. Where did they land?
Ruins,
Right
of course,
around Team TWOB, right? That is exactly what I wanted to find out, if the rest of the team was starting to chine up on top of them. But that isn't really the case. But this fight, it's still carrying on.
So we have two fights that are going to continue as of now, and I think even Hyper might be looking to join the action between Team Soul and TWOB, since Soul is pushing out in the open. But we'll talk about that later when we actually observe the action. So far, Blood Rose too close for comfort to the players of Titans, and Titans, they refuse to move an inch. They are patiently waiting. The crossfire has been set up. You have two DBSs, one UMP, and David, he's being used as a bait. The other two players, Nano Baby and Shivam, have given their footstep to the players of Blood Rose so that they are allowed to push. And as they make the push, the plan backfires. Titans, they lose two of their own, and Blood Rose have just gained a massive advantage. Look at this, three players standing together, and Titan on the verge of getting wiped out.
Absolutely. I think there's just one player left who is holding on to that upper floor, but this did not really make any sense, especially with David just being in the front lines without any support. But look at this, Team 10 finally chiming in, and they will look to invade.
The nades are being cooked. Rehan needs to be a little bit careful because might be hearing a lot of footsteps and might just assume there are four players on the other side just waiting for them. But that's not the case. It's two different teams, three from one and one last player from the side of Titan. Look at Ghani. He's gained access to the indoors. He's gained access to the first floor. Shivam needs to be careful. His DBS is armed and loaded. He has one nade to work with, one Molotov in the back, a level 1 armor, level 1 helmet. Not enough protection to actually save him. But the preemptive Molotov on the staircase is going to isolate the fight. The DBS duel, it needs to work out. Ghani being precise. He's pre-aiming that corner. And Shivam sees the helmet, can actually line up the crosshair and just pre-aim and peek. But now it's too late. Three players running towards him. Shivam's time in this game is about to come to an end.
Oh, first knockdown. Another one. Possibly a connection. Not really. It is the other DBS. In fact, it was an M249 if I'm not mistaken. But look at this. Team 10 finally actually chime in.
Yeah, they have chimed in. They were able to pick off Shivam. But Blood Rose are the ones who are looking to push. And they're still on the ground floor. Numbers have been equalized, but Blood Rose, they need to go for a revive on Harshu. You have Pekka, who's still left standing. The DBS, the reload is going to be there, and I'm pretty sure the players from the side of 10 have heard all the... Wait, what? Why is TWOB over here? Weren't they dealing with their own problems with Team Soul?
Team TWOB, a massive split on them. Just slowly approaching the likes of Team 10. As well as Blood Rose Esports in this one. But two players surviving. I'm not really sure how long will they be able to hold on. But Team 10 have also lost players. Look at Zian. Not really a lot of HP on this man. Finally heals himself up to kind of reset himself into this game. But Gyro God from the backlines finally approaching. It is Team TWOB who are also spotting Painan as a hotspot. Will be interesting to find out if this fight actually proceeds further, if TWOB decide to chime in.
It will. TWOB, I think they're just waiting for more information. They have realized that there are two teams still colliding inside of the city, and they are just waiting for them to settle their differences. Once that happens, TWOB will have full access and control and an opportunity to push the other side of the hill towards the city of Painan, take that control away, and of course, take the lives of the opposition away as well.
It's going to be tough. They've lost a player already, and there are multiple players in this compound. 3 from 10, 2 from Blood Rose. Still holding their individual floors. No nades and utilities being dipped up, but it's been the smokes that has been deployed in those staircases. But now look at this. All the players jump in, and I think the fight is about to break out.
Oh, that was a risky move from Pekka, just falling back right in the face of opposition. But Harshu is going to be able to hold on to the window, gets a little too overeager, and as soon as he steps out, he is going to be put down. Zayan trying to take a very precarious fight against the opposition is going to be finished off, but Team 10, they recover quite brilliantly. They just lost Zayan, and he wasn't even picked off. He just got knocked out. But the Team 10, they have managed to survive, and now they will rule the city of Painan. But we switch focus, ladies and gentlemen, because Gen X FM, they were in a fight of their own against, I believe, the players from the side of Hyper, and they've lost one man. Aryan is going to be traded out along with Teju, and both of them instantly get finished off. Hyper, they are out in the open. There's nowhere left for them to run. And Gen X FM, they realize that they are the ones who stand the highest chance of winning this fight. Insidious needs to be a little bit more careful though.
Absolutely. I mean, the smokes and the nades are being cooked up. Hyper Legends, it seems like their position has been
Oh,
tracked
the nade!
perfectly. The nade was proper, but it did not really connect much. Rinsler actually managed to find himself in his safety, but Gen X FM, it seems like they have got all areas covered. The shots!
Could have been a 1v3 for Insidious. The shots ensue were almost perfect, but hey! Crypto shows up. And a brilliant nade, an easy finish secured. Gen X FM, 3 players down. Crypto needs to get these revives in ASAP, because in the close line, in the close vicinity, there's more teams lurking. They've got like the UP50 closing in the opposition. They have another squad that is WSB down south, but ORB, they've been finished off. When did that happen?
I have no clue, to be honest. We have witnessed multiple fights break out in the early stage. It's still stage 1. And look at this, right? You've got 12 teams and only 45 players remaining, Johnny. I'm not really sure how will the mid-game pack actually stack up, because now all of a sudden you have that vacancy. Majority of the zone is so much out in the open, but the finish feed breaks out. Seems like there's been an important knock being found. Akshat has been brought down.
He's been knocked out, but still I think it will be difficult for NON to secure that elimination point, because Akshat, we saw him behind the cover, and there's a little bit of distance between NON and Team Soul. But Soul, they have lost one player, I believe, in the early stages. No, they haven't. They actually did get one pick from sort of TWOB in the early stages. And NON still just focused in. Monk, he's not even moving his crosshairs. He's just waiting for Akshat to step out in the open. But Clown, oh my god, this can be brutal as well. Clown, here's the commotion, here's the footstep from the players of Team Soul on the other side of that wall, and realizes there's more players in these shacks.
Absolutely. I mean, Goblin and Neo, will they have information? That is the question, of course. But look at this, the little cover that they have right behind a tree, that is not going to be enough, but the smokes have been laid to kind of assist that as well. Team Soul will try and retrieve their fallen comrade, but once again, ladies and gentlemen, an instant replay of what we just witnessed. Hyper Legends. I kind of felt, especially when the spray was whiffed, especially by Insidious, I felt like Hyper Legends will be able to hit back, but the instant nade from Crypto was sort of enough to shut them down.
I had the same thoughts running through my head, to be honest. But Crypto, I mean, the timing was just perfect, because even Siu thought that it would be a safe revive. That is why he was just sitting at the corner of that building. Had he moved towards the left a little bit more, maybe they could have just protected themselves. But talk about protection, and Team Soul, they have protected Akshat from being finished off. They've recovered, the 4-man lineup is together again, and now they can safely look to cross over towards that eastern island.
The only problem is, I think, Clown just still staying onto the southwest island. I think Team Soul have no information about his presence.
But he's not doing anything, I mean...
If he does move and find the timing on Soul, then maybe there is a potential opportunity that few of the players will get taken down.
Oh, but look at this. UP50 out in the open. Godlike in the backlines, and Gen X FM as well. And Gen X FM, with how Team Godlike are moving around, I believe have given no information to the opposition. But now they finally start pulling the trigger, as Z-God has taken a lot of damage upon himself. But UP50, this will be a very important decision that they make. Which team do we push upon if we eventually do? But it seems like a call has been made, and that call is to just completely back off, avoid any confrontation at all.
But where are they going to go? Because right down south, they also have two teams. They had WSB, they also had Revenant, and look at this, Sarkar and KSR on their merry way. They were being fired upon by WSB and R&T together, but it seems like they found their exit. But UP50, the plans you mentioned, right, it seems like now they've got to make a big call. On the northern side, you've got two teams. On the southern side, you've got two teams. How do you try and leapfrog your way out of this situation?
It will be very difficult. I mean, you don't normally avoid fights on Sanhok. It is very difficult to make that getaway, make that escape. And UP50 as well, we saw them split up. We saw them take that 2-1-1 formation, and yet 3 players have already made it through. KSR, I just see him fall back. I think he is there to pick up Sarkar, and maybe then he will rotate. But ladies and gentlemen, you guys are seeing the highlights, a recap of those early fights. This one was extremely entertaining. Blood Rose taking on one team in the early stages, which was Titan, and then 10 third-partying the entire fight, picking off the players of Blood Rose and securing just a few extra points for this game. Love this Aston Martin.
Absolutely right. That is That is signature godlike. You'll watch that
That's
car.
signature Johnny Aston Martin. It
Yes.
says Johnny on the number plate.
I mean, you're Johnny as well.
I'm super Johnny.
You're super Johnny.
Yeah.
Will you? What does your Aston Martin say?
Nothing. It's
You
invincible.
have an Aston Martin.
It's the one from James Bond I lent it to him.
Absolutely. It's fine. We'll have this conversation later on, ladies and gentlemen. Team TWOB chiming in against UP50. Now, we kind of observed how UP50 were in a very pickle situation. They had multiple teams right around them. And now a completely different entity has come up right in front, challenge their position. It is going to be the likes of TWOB. Gyro has been spotted. Good knock, and now it opens the floodgates.
I don't understand what is TWOB doing. They just keep running from one place to the next, taking a few shots on the opposition, and then they do nothing. This time as well, they've attracted the wrong kind of attention. 2 players knocked out, just 1 player left on that high ground, and Adnan from the side of UP50 along with the rest of the team. This is going to be a very easy squad wipe from their side. Just a few nades behind the rock, but they're looking in the wrong direction. KSR could have been caught off guard as Gyro God, he was revived. He's going to be knocked down again, and TWOB, they're down to the last player. Look at this. What did I say? They did not secure a single knock, and UP50 just picked off all 3 oppositions from the other side.
Absolutely. This was textbook from UP50. Just spread
Yeah.
yourself up, develop a flank, get your frontliners to distract, and then your flank strikes, right? And once again, just beautifully played, focusing on the fundamentals. But speaking of fundamentals, I'm not really sure if TWOB have got that covered, especially the way they are moving around. The rotation policy has definitely not given them some good results so far. But the point is, where do UP50 go from now on? They've found themselves a squad vibe, created a space a little for themselves at least. But if they do move on towards the circle, once again, they stand a chance of being pressured by multiple teams. WSB in position, Revenant is still in position, Godlike is still in position. Have a look at the map.
Well, we're going to focus on the map because the circle shift takes us back to the city of Painan. And UP50, they might have a little bit of a high ground advantage to work with, at least for the next few moments. But look at the side of, well, look at the city of Painan. In fact, it is still abandoned. Team 10, I believe they are still there, but I don't think so. They have enough players to actually maintain control of that city. And if the circle moves towards the center, it will be in the middle of nowhere. But a lot of these teams, a massive cluster towards that southeastern edge will result in fights breaking out. UP50, we were talking about them for a long time. Finally, the collision against the players of WSB happens. Sarkar is going to be picked off, and it is just down to KSR, the last man surviving from the side of UP50, looking for a few extra finishes. The nade actually looks good, but the shots from the flanks dish out so much damage. KSR is going to be forced to back off, needs to be careful. It is still a 1v2 that he has to take on.
Oh my goodness.
Zapped out of existence.
Did not anticipate the nade coming, and WSB, once again, they're going to restabilize themselves back in the fight. We were talking about UP50 and said that how big of a pickle they were in, and it seems like that pickle paid off. They slipped massively in this one. Did not anticipate the push coming in from WSB, but now look at this. The same compound is being charged upon by the likes of Team Godlike. Jelly might actually find some information for himself.
It's going to be very difficult to actually find an opening, but there was a third party coming in as well. Not exactly a third party, just shots taken from a distance. Had they turned into a knock, maybe Jelly could have actually called for the remaining players of Godlike and they could have gone for a push, but that's not going to be the case this time around. Team Godlike, they're desperate for points, they're desperate for qualification. And as of now, they have avoided a lot of confrontation in this game. Jelly is going to take that vehicle out of commission, make sure that the players from the side of well, WSB don't really have any way of traversing the map with a lot of speed. Still,
I wonder if information has been passed on to Jelly that WSB is present. Because they did read the finish feed, they did understand that there was an elimination happening. But I'm not really sure if Jelly has information if the team is still stationed or have they rotated away. And if WSB are withholding that information and Jelly presumes that this compound is empty, calls upon the rest of Team Godlike, this is a perfect opening for WSB as well.
Yeah, it can be, but I think Jelly does have a little bit of information to work with. I'm pretty sure they would have had the scopes pinned and aimed onto these compounds, and that is the reason that you don't really see him as well just push for that shack and take control of it. They know that there's a team down below that can take them out if they don't, if they commit to it without securing the opening knock. But talk about the opening and OR Esports, they're going to look to open up that finish feed. theirs. In the meanwhile, Revenant caught off guard by Jonathan Sensei is going to be knocked out, and Team Godlike looking to kick things off in style. Now Paul and MJ in the backlines. What will they be able to do to bring their teammate back? Oh, quite a lot. Got. That's a nasty hit.
But Sensei has been finished off, Johnny. It seems like Godlike, they are progressing forward, potentially want to take this fight, but Revenant, they haven't really hit back. In fact, after the loss of Sensei, MJ and Apollo, they possibly are going to fall back from this occasion. Once again, just trying to keep their numbers alive as long or as much as possible. And look at that circle shift. Jelly is in a very advanced position. I'm not really sure how is he still alive, but this opens up gates for Godlike to actually follow through and follow his footsteps.
Well, I think they are going to follow their leader at this point, and they're going to do it as quickly as possible. Zigod, he's making the push, and the rest of the players, Aditya and Jonathan as well, are going to join him in that compound. This is perfect for Team Godlike. They can gatekeep the teams moving in from that southeastern edge. They can shoot across the river, take down few extra players, and secure a few extra points as well. And at this point in this game, along with survival, they need those finishes.
They definitely do need the finishes. They trail a lot of points currently. And it seems like the only way of retrieving them will be getting that big chicken dinner for themselves. And only then potentially pose themselves in a position where they can fight for the bonus points, ladies and gentlemen. But Bainan has had a couple of uninvited neighbors. You've got Team NON who has slowly progressed up. You've got Team 10 on the other side. But it seems like NON will have to make a choice right now. Do they fight Team 10 or do they try and avoid them, make a longer rotation and cross over the island?
Well, let's see. It's not going to be easy to cross back. So NON need to be careful for sure. But what are their options at this point? Not a lot, to be honest, since they are still in the circle. There's no incentive to force the fight. You have the cover. You have clean control of the city. There's no one there to challenge you. Just hold on to the positions. Wait for the opposition to come. And when you see them be exposed, that is when you try to capitalize. In the meanwhile, the Revenant, it seems like have been caught off guard by the players from Invincibles, and MJ is the one on the receiving end. We have the players of OR Esports on our screens who are, well, enjoying this nice little road trip that they're on.
Absolutely, but not another team in the form of Revenant Esports. It's very surprising that MJ and Apollo chose to actually go the longer route. Just in the finish feed, we saw how MJ was knocked out. They chose to actually hug the blue zone, try and make a southern rotation, but it did not pay off. Team Invincibles guarding the shorelines and the southern lines of the circle itself. But look at this, Team OR, they have spotted the likes not just of Godlike but also of Genix FM. Now shots can be taken, but it seems like they are preparing a further plan deeper into the future. But for now, Lo, we are going to focus on WSB versus Genix FM, and the first knock is still yet to come.
Well, it is yet to come, but I think it might happen soon because the players from the side of Genix FM were dropped low in terms of their HP. WSB just being ever so careful in committing towards the push. The wall of smoke is there to deny a lot of vision, deny the opportunity for Genix FM to take that third-person perspective and gain information with which they can put pressure on WSB. But WSB, do they realize that in the backlines, the players of OR Esports are also there, and if they've tried to force a fight against the players of Genix FM, there's a massive opportunity for the third party happening. But look at this, the circle moving right on their heads. Definitely now a lot more incentive to take this fight and force it and wipe out the players of Genix FM, who, by the way, are being pushed by A2K.
Absolutely, I love this from Genix FM, just closing in their backlines. They know that the circle shift is theirs, and this hard shift will be important for them. Just completely clear out the northern lines and then focus from all the pressure coming in from down south. Insidious, of course, will try to break that opening barrier, but no initial contact as of yet, and they don't have information. The DBS in mid-range finally sings the songs of death, and Genix FM, they break open.
He started with the DBS, switched to the M4, still secures the knock, and goes for the second as well. In a matter of seconds, A2K, they're down to their last man, and it is Wiki fighting for his life, and I don't think he has it in him to be able to survive two different teams at the same time, because even Team Soul have showed up for a third party. Another perfect time indeed. Genix FM, they're down to two players. Insidious, he's going for a revive, trying to bring Crypto back into the action, but Wiki, he's been given a lot of time. The nade being lobbed will do extra damage, but Genix FM, they still are standing on their feet.
They still are standing on their feet, but for how long is the question, because look at that. Crypto certainly not healthy. Insidious as well has been brought down to 50%. And Team Soul will definitely look to not just chime in against A2K, but also Genix FM as a matter of fact. Flashes and smokes been deployed. But this awkward topography, I think, is the only position why A2K, they have struggled to take this fight. And now Genix FM, they look to strike.
Oh, the nade behind Wiki is going to overshoot, but two players pushing it down. And in fact, make it three of them all together who are looking to push. Do in fact end up wiping the side of A2K, but now it is time to refocus. It will be a 2v4 against the players of Team Soul. Well, a 2v2, but from the backlines feels like NON are the distraction that Genix FM needed, because Team Soul, they were playing a 2-2 split, and as soon as Neo saw the players of NON, he called for backup, and Team Soul, they are looking to recover. Neo's going to be knocked down, but Goblin is right there next to him. Can Team Soul recover from this fight? Will they make it inside the final stages in one piece?
It seems like they will, because Akshat was always there. The 2-2 split worked out for Team Soul in spite of those micro errors. But now look at this, Godlike on the other side. They've made an entry from the southern side and now have injected themselves. All of their players will chime in and they will have a massive advantage in terms of real estate. Having spotted Team NON, it seems like they will stop them dead on their tracks. It's just Monk and they know his position precisely. Multiple nades being lobbed in. Jonathan is going to finish him off in style. Godlike, they have complete control of the southern side of the circle.
Well, they have control of the southern side, but it will be a King of the Hill fight happening for that northern control. And Team Godlike, they're moving towards that position from the eastern edge. They will eventually face off against the players of Genix FM and WSB. The teams fighting amongst themselves as of now. Genix FM, one player knocked out, two left standing. Insidious with a DBS, trying his level best, is going to be picked off. Vishu is the last man surviving, and it doesn't take a lot from the players of WSB to wipe Genix FM off the map. But as soon as they get ready to celebrate, Team Godlike, they show up out of nowhere. Raiden is the last man surviving as Godlike, they look to push. They have 7 on the board in terms of elimination, but they are not done. They're still hungry for more. WSB still in this match, survived by their last player, Raiden, but Godlike, they switch focus, and now it is Godlike against Team Soul.
This is the ideal condition that every fan in the country would have actually wanted to watch. Two titans, and there is a Goliath amongst them all. Team Soul, they've lost a player already. He's knocked out Raiden, still trying to survive, but I don't think he's going to make it inside. He potentially will, but for how long is the question. Team Godlike, they have the advantage of the zone for themselves, but Team Soul slowly and steadily.
That Molotov, it dished out damage, took down Akshat. And that changes everything. Godlike, they have the advantage. It's a 2v4. This is the end game. It's done.
Yeah, it certainly is done. Godlike, they slowly are approaching as Jonathan shoots out the first bullets. Team Godlike looking to open things up, but Team Soul, they're still holding on outside the circle. But for how long, Johnny, is the question?
I don't think it's going to be long. High ground. Oh, wait. They're out of utility. Godlike is out of utility.
They certainly are, and Team Soul, they can make advantage of this, but they're not progressing. This is high tension. Tension is certainly in the air, but Team Soul, this massive disadvantage is going to cause problems for them as they have to climb on top, and it seems like one of their players has actually closed up. Goblin has to be very wary of Aditya on that right-hand flank, Johnny.
And even Jonathan, he has a flank for his teammates as well. So the moment Goblin gets up, Jonathan's attention will be on him and Omega. But Jelly, he's going to kick things off. Jonathan, and well, Goblin was the man who tried to secure that first knock, was taken down. Jonathan in the backlines is going to be knocked out as well. And Omega is still left standing along with Neo. Aditya, he takes down Neo in the backlines, and that just leaves Omega. Will he go for a revive? Because there is no opportunity to get his teammate back in this game, and I think he has accepted his fate. It is a 1v3. Team Godlike, 10 eliminations on the board. They get these final two. It will be a 12 finish. Chicken Dinner, 27 points from this one game. We want to do a 30 bomb. This is as close as they can. Oh, this can change things.
This certainly can change things. The leader has brought up the Prince in Lightning Shining Armor. He is trying to change things up. Zigod takes some sort of damage, but Team Soul will be pressured by the blue, and Team Godlike finally have an opportunity in hand. It seems like they are marching towards victory. They know it. Omega knows it as well. He's going to surrender himself in front of Godlike, and that is it. They take away the winner chicken dinner, but what an end game, Johnny.
Yeah, what an end game. I mean, things got very stressful over there for a second. Both the teams quite respectful for each other, backing off, and definitely, I think, could have ended a lot quicker because you had the numbers advantage. It was there. Even Team Godlike knew it is a 1v3 now. We can go for a push. I think the one thing they were afraid of was the notorious DBS.
Yeah, it certainly was. I kind of felt for Godlike, especially when you mentioned, right, they had the lack of utility.
Yeah.
But the only point was they had that massive circle control and the high ground control as well.
But you know who they need to thank? It's Raiden. That Molotov is the thing that gave the advantage to Team Godlike. Had that Molotov not connected at all, or had Raiden just gone down without securing that finish for his team, and of course swinging the numbers in the favor of Team Godlike, it would still have been a 4v4 and anything could have happened. You never know. Team Soul, they had a few more nades than Team Godlike in the end.
You know, especially Akshat in these clutch situations, he's phenomenal
Yeah.
in these end game. You need a player like Akshat, you need a player like Hector specifically to kind of control the final circles because they have such control over their nerves. They always get these clutches. But I think that is where I think the entire tide changed up.
Yeah, it did change everything, but it was just unlucky that Raiden was the man waiting for them, and he did drop that lightning just before he left. But ladies and gentlemen, you talk about lightning, well, there's a lot of lightning fast new things, cosmetics being introduced into BGMI. Do make sure you're checking them out, but this time around, we're going to get our eyes on that Royal Pass that's being introduced, ladies and gentlemen. So it's time to get freaky with the Freaky Fiesta. Are you guys prepared for it? Because I'm pretty sure Salty is.
I certainly am. I would love to have a look currently because there are some amazing
Yeah.
bits. Let's just watch them in action once again, ladies and gentlemen.
Make sure they know. With the new Royal Pass, get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, it's a very simple message. Don't be default while you're playing BGMI, because otherwise your teammates might just confuse you with the opposition.
Yeah, it sometimes happens, especially in some very high-octane action moments. And I think it did happen on the map of Sandhawk. Johnny, you pointed it out. I think WSB, they kind of realized how big of a
Yeah.
boon it was for Godlike.
Oh yeah, for sure. But for Team Godlike, I mean, again, as we mentioned, the movement was pretty brilliant, that eastern rotation that they took,
Yes.
moving towards that high ground. But of course, again, Raiden changing everything, because I expected a final 4v4 between these two teams. I expected Raiden to just hold on for an extra second, but I think he just heard all of those footsteps and was like, all right, I know I'm going to get finished off, but I won't go out empty-handed. Here, take this.
Absolutely. And I think the ones who are watching, you guys, you're not going to go empty-handed as well, because
Yeah.
in the rewards section, ladies and gentlemen, there is a very interesting thing which is called Fool's Blessing Scarrel. It looks very pretty. It has an extra pair of arms as well to kind of help you in your games as well. So I would wonder if you would want to use it in your games, because why not?
Yeah, why not? I mean, Salty has made it pretty clear. 4 arms are better than 2 for recoil control,
This has
apparently.
been the narrative
Yeah.
of the whole tournament.
Yeah,
So
why did you start it? You started it all.
I saw the extra pair of arms and I was like, these can be helpful.
And actually, you need to talk to Fixes about the whole... I think at one time, there was a massive conversation in the community, what is better, M4 and the Scarrel, and there was just one man who stood against many that the Scarrel is better, and that man was Fixes.
I mean, well, we'll have a debate ourselves later on, but I'm going with the M4 any day. But let's just have a look at the action once again. It started off with Blood Rose, and I think Blood Rose Esports, they've been trying to take these early battles, but they have messed up in multiple occasions. Even on Erangel, they kind of messed up.
Yeah, they did, to be honest. I mean, and it could have been a fight that they did have a lot of control in. It was just the fact, as soon as they went for a push, for that early fight, they lost too many bodies. It was a very scrappy position for them to be in, and 10 just capitalized perfectly upon them. UP50 as well. TWOB. We have so much to talk about TWOB. What were they up to? What was going on?
I have no clue, to be honest. I mean, UP50 just spotted them out in the open. Nobody just checking their backs, nobody checking any particular angles out there. Even Revenant, as a matter of fact, I think they were just too much pressured. Possibly one of the first times when Sensei could not find his rotation right.
That is true.
Just lying in the lowlands, but not really having a purpose in their movement.
You know what we've been saying for a while, that yeah, Revenant is in the top 16. They're in the top 16. They've qualified, but you never know. What if a lot of teams? There is a wave of teams from Group Red that just swoop in, and what if Revenant just slides out from the 16th to the 17th position?
You know, anything can happen, especially, and Revenant, especially in this week so far, they haven't really showed up what they're truly capable of. And even if they do qualify, right, I understand it's all about momentum, and this week especially, I think, will be a big halt to their momentum.
They committed everything. Godlike just committed every piece of utility they had on the players of WSB, and then just had a little bit left to deal with the players of Team Soul in the end. But still, I think the positioning from both the teams was brilliant. It was just the fact that as soon as Aditya also chimed in and Neo went down, there was no one left controlling that left-hand flank, and that just gave so much freedom to Team Godlike. They just have to spray down in one angle, and they know that last man is there. They forced him into the blue, and the win was automatically theirs.
Yeah, I think even the topography kind of played a picture. Team Soul did not have the opportunity to push up much in terms of cover as well, but it was a really healthy game, especially for both the sides. Team Soul definitely do not have to worry. They are pushing forward for beyond 200. They're possibly looking at a 250 target, but for Godlike, I think this game kind of changed their fate, because now they're slowly and steadily progressing forward. Even Genix FM, the first game was absolutely in fact the second game, pardon me for that, was actually brilliant, and now this one as well. They get a couple of finishes here and there, slowly inching steadily forward.
It's slowly and steadily, but I think it is not fast enough yet.
Not fast enough.
For Godlike, I think they need one more game with like 15 or 20 points, and that should get them into the top 16 without the bonus points coming into the picture. If they get the bonus points, they'll be in a very comfortable position within the top 16.
Now, this is going to be a finale, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm sure for all the fans out there, their hearts are pounding, especially for all the Soul and Godlike fans out there. This is the ideal situation which could have seen, right, on the hilltop, two teams duking it out. But it was not just about them. I think Godlike, you've got to give credits to Jelly on his movement, right? He had so much nerves to just go out all by himself, get so much information on how the terrain looked like. He saw Team Invincibles, he spotted Team WSB, and then inched closer to the compound. It was absolutely impeccable. He definitely made his impact, but who else made his impact is going to be the MVP of this particular game, ladies and gentlemen. Who is going to come in front of our screens very soon?
It's Insidious from Genx FM. Now, this is surprising because Genx FM did take that exit in the middle pack of this matchup, but still an incredible job done, I guess. 5 eliminations on the board. But we have Z-God from the side of Godlike following him up with 4. You have Anuj's 2 OP. He's become a regular in terms of the top 5 players. This man is also an incredible athlete.
Exactly, he definitely is. But for Godlike, once again, you've got Jonathan stepping up. You've got Neo stepping up from Team Soul as well. And Team Soul, I think they never really focused themselves on those finishes. They got a little bit of the control of the Northern Territory, but nothing apart from it. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's just find out how many points each of these teams secured. And Godlike just inching past Team Soul in this match. 11 finishes on board, 15 position points, 26 points in total.
They missed out on 1 point, 26 points, but still a good game coming in from Godlike. Soul with 20. That is just, anything Team Soul does is just more bonus points for them at this point. So them doing well means that they will do better in the overall rankings. They're just going to be moving towards the top 8 or maybe in the top 6 right now. WSB 19 points, Genx FM finishing with 15. But overall, I think a lot of commotion was caused by the teams taking that fight early. Look at 10. 10 actually did very well. They took that early fight, wiped out few from the side of Hyper, few from the side of Blood Rose, and then were just pretty much positioned in Painan the entire time. They moved extremely late, and by the time they got out, they were finished off.
Exactly, and they did not have to move because the circle kind of kept on favoring them over and over again. And on the second page, I think the only disappointment will be Revenant, because not just about their qualification, I think their performances have been looked up to by multiple teams, by multiple fans. and possibly one of the first times when it seems like Jelly kind of upped Sensei in terms of the rotational skills. So this game was actually pretty fabulous.
Not just rotational skills, as you mentioned, Jelly and his courage to just close in towards the compound and go scouting alone, and extremely far off from his teammates as well. Usually when IGLs are scouting, the teammates are going to follow within 150 meters, 100 meters of distance, just to make sure that if their man goes down, and if he can get into a position or crawl into a space from where they can get a revive in, they will actually do that. But Jelly, he was at one point so close to the players hiding inside that compound. I believe it was UP50 that was in there, and he did so much to make sure that his teammates weren't getting spotted out, or at least if they were moving into a position, it was completely vacant, and all 4 players would be able to stay alive over there without taking unnecessary pressure from anyone in the entire lobby. And that was so important, because at the end, imagine if they showed up for that last fight with just 2 players, what would have happened?
Exactly, right? Just keeping your players open. And Jelly has kind of done that. Like, he's one of those selfless leaders who ventures out in the open way too much. We've seen that he has been punished for it as well. It's not every time that he has been successful on a strategy based on this. But in this game specifically, I think his rotational skills were absolutely phenomenal. But another team who kind of did pretty well, I felt, was Team Invincibles on the southern side of the circle. They were kind of trying to gatekeep all the players and the teams coming in from the southern side. Even Godlike, as a matter of fact, they had that little bit of a scuffle in the early stages, but that was about it. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, Sanhok was definitely a blockbuster, but I hope, Johnny, that the icy lands are going to give us much more promise.
Oh, I just hope that it's not a Podboster circle again, but I guess it won't be, since I'm going to take a leave now.
Wow, that is a very, very weird statement. Hopefully, Johnny has not cursed the desk, ladies and gentlemen. But it is fine. We are gonna move on forward either way. Vikendi is gonna be the map, and we do have Group 7 and Group 9 duking it out. Certainly, some big names involved. One of them will be Gladiators. A lot of eyes are on their performances so far right now, because this team definitely has showed us what is possible, especially from the first game where they secured 13 points. They're making their case set. They certainly are inching ever so slightly towards that top 16, but some other teams who are also in contention will finally have the comeback of GlitchX Reborn of 4 aggressive men. You've got Gujarat Tigers involved in the mix of things as well, and even FS Esports. And speaking of comebacks, my man is Black is back as well. This is Mr. Fixes, but this time not as Doctor Strange, but as the analyst.
Alright, so we've got the white and black
Combination
thing going again,
yeah.
and well, I would not really like to curse and jinx these teams, but now we are at such an impasse where anything could happen.
Yeah.
To be honest, because you looking at WSB pulling off really good games, Gen X FM, they're also pushing the score lines, Godlike getting a chicken dinner. This changes everything. Now you're talking about the overall standings also. We've been discussing time and again about the bonus points that are getting granted over here. Now, if all these teams get those good bonus points, say around 20, 15, 10, if they're in the top 3 or 4, I think they're good to go.
They certainly are good to go, and I think bonus points will be a game changer. We have been talking about it, and the fight for the bonus points starts from getting yourself those big chicken dinners, which I think Godlike made a case for themselves. They'll jump a massive amount of ranks, to be honest, potentially put them in the first or the second page of the Group Red standings. But we'll have to find out if they can actually make their way into the first page for sure, and the first spot, because for that, I think another big game is also required.
I think they're somewhere around 40 points,
Yeah.
and in the top 8 for sure, but top 8 is not going to be where they want to be settling at. They will have to look at the top 3 at the very least, because you're talking about getting those bonus points again. I think before the start of this week they needed somewhere around 60 points, so if they can get 60 points just by these matches, and 20 extra or whatever extra they get from the bonus, that kind of secures this spot, right? But because when you're looking at the other teams, Gen X FM, this one team I think might have already entered into the top 16 in terms of the overall standings. We've got Psych, we've got Team X-Pac, we've got Revenant, we've got Soul, who've already made their mark. Now we're talking about all these teams from Group Red finally entering the top 16, whilst a lot from Group Blue are falling down.
I mean, that was supposed to happen, right? We were talking about it. Some teams will set the target, some others will chase it down. And speaking of chase it down, I think there were also 2 names who were in contention. Fix, I want to know from you, especially since you've garnered all these statistics right now. Glitchix, Reborn, and 4 Aggressive Men, they were very close contestation, and it felt like 4 AM, they were slowly inching closer while Glitchix was taking a dip. I want to know your thoughts on where exactly do they stand right now and how are they progressing? How are they doing?
See, honestly, they haven't played a game tonight. They will be in action very soon, and that is where we kind of will gauge them because at this point, GlitchX Reborn, they're kind of in the midst of things, and even for the likes of 4 AM. And now that they've known that Godlike has stepped up, WSB's been playing so well, Gen X FM really putting those points on the board, which means they will have to put the pedal to the metal, shift to the sixth gear, get a chicken dinner. I don't think anything less than a chicken dinner would suffice at this point.
Absolutely. I think high finish numbers and
Yeah.
a chicken dinner will be like the check boxes for either of these teams. And I think in terms of form, I think 4 Aggressive Men will be looking to convert this game of Vikendi. But speaking of Vikendi, as of now, it's been a rather very predictable circle coupled with just unpredictable fights happening all across. I don't know your thoughts. I mean, how scrambled it has been for Vikendi because you've been casting these games lately, majority of the Vikendi. So, like, how do you plan things out for a map like this where you know, right, you are going to be in obnoxious positions most of the times?
I think in Vikendi, just barring the circle yesterday, it has been the same old story, right?
Yeah.
The Port versus Circle or Mount Cresnich, and we would kind of like our odds to be again somewhere around that particular position. Now, the teams might have come prepared. I'm really kind of keen to see if they're aware of the topography, but yesterday we had the circle shifting a little bit north after that little rehost that we had. So, hoping to see something really out of the box, maybe a Dobromesto circle or maybe somewhere down south. I think that is what we would want because Johnny and I, we've been doing most of the Vikendi games and it has been the same story ever since.
I mean, one of the reasons why I don't do Vikendi is I kind
Uh-huh.
of I'm dressed up in white, right? So I do get mixed in the snow. So my voice is inaudible, ladies and gentlemen. That was a very poor joke which I had to say on the desk. How is the desk complete without one of my poor jokes every single day, right? That has to be at least one.
Yeah, surely someone has to play dumb there.
Someone has to play dumb. But, ladies and gentlemen, 20 seconds on the clock. Before we dive deep into the game, I want to know your call. Who is winning this one?
Checks.
Again?
I want them to go for a win because Gladiators, let's be honest, they're kind of feeling safe. They had a really good game of Wrangle, but Glitch X Reborn, they need to have a good start. I want them to win, not my prediction.
Absolutely. I mean, to be honest, I would want them to win as well, but theory crafting actually goes down the drain right now because the actual game has begun. The flight is up in the skies and we are flying on the snowy lands once again. The flight path, in fact, a very different flight path that we kind of expected. Another one, it starts off from Gruchas, ends towards Peshkova, and completely alienates the southern hemisphere of the map fixes.
Yeah, now this is going to be a little bit concerning, at least for the teams going down below. You've got to be well aware of where the vehicles do spawn. It's not just that, you take on some long parachutes. Yeah, you might get as far as Tovar or maybe even Dino Park. We've been also speculating to maybe witness a Dino Park circle somewhere sooner or later because we just have one more weekend to go after this. But regardless, Salty, now this is one of those games. Livecraft, we've got to focus on them a little bit because they haven't really had a good start to the day. You remember what Goblin did to the entire team. Yeah, Omega really wanted to fight it out, but hey, what a beautiful circle. I guess I'm witnessing this for the first time.
Absolutely. I guess every one of us, we are witnessing it for the first time. And even for the players, I think they understand what this eventually means. We will move on the northern side of Tovar towards Villa potentially. And teams will try to get those locations early on.
Oh yeah, for sure. Because Vikendi has all been about trying to hold on to the center. There have been a few teams that have tried to play around the edges, if you remember. Forest Apes yesterday, but that did not work out. It's all about having a little bit of that high ground. The same old BGMI, have the high ground advantage, have some good cover to your name, and you are good to go. But you can see the little bit of a density increasing around the castle region. So many of those teams, and I think we might have a little bit of an early fight.
We potentially do. I think those will be the teams. Those will be the parachutes, in fact, who will try and glide themselves towards Abbey, towards Winery. But for now, it definitely is not the case. We are looking at Team FS Esports, where I think they will actually have no trouble competing whatsoever. There is nobody else. But so far, have a look at this DOD as well. just holding the back lines, spotting a couple of birds out in the air. They take a couple of shots, but the PP Bison, ladies and gentlemen, is not the ideal weapon for this. So Bhalu will have to fall back. But for DOD, I think they will have to live up to their name fixes, because at this point, if they do not, I definitely think that it will be way too late. And in fact, it is late for them over the entirety of the tournament. So I hope they actually bow out with a fighting performance. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the team that really shook us up in the first game of Erangel.
You remember DOT, right? Now, that was one of those teams that was crossing the waters pretty early on. But yeah, Shevin Shaw, it has been a ghost, in fact, a GOAT evening. He's been really amazing. 13 finishes. One of those feats that not a lot can brag about in an official tournament. But look at Aim God. He's got his eyes set at Shubhayu. A little bit of that suppressor, but still won't deter him from getting that knock. Gets the finish, and GWL not really happy about that.
Silent Assassin from the top lines, of course, just looking down at his opposition, staring him dead in the eye, and then shooting him when the time was right. Now, Team Silly Esports, they're not someone who actually makes very desperate maneuvers. I think they are very well calculated and very experienced. And I think that will be evident in how they move. They are not going to be pushing directly into GWL. Possibly will try and mark their exits from this location. Again, GWL, they're playing a very weird split. 2 players in Tovar, while 1 is in Villa. So I don't really understand how much of a territory did they want to control, because now it just weakens their prime form of defense.
It's not the territory here, Salty. It is about the information they're trying to gather. Because they're slowly but surely chopping down the players of GWL. One of them already taking an exit and hoping that somebody else goes for a little bit of a peek, and maybe a bait and switch strat might come in from Team Silly. Because at this point, I would not really advise to make a push for Tova, because your opposition could be anywhere. Now, this is what I was talking about. Ace Black seems like he spotted out Nick. He's getting that shots there.
Oh.
If he gets a knock, then I think Silly could have afforded a push.
You know, the bottleneck was the UMP and the score over there.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Ace Black had spotted the pixel, and it's unfathomable how these players spot these pixels on their mobile devices, which is already tiny. But now look at this. Aim God was spotted. Surya just chiming in those shots. GWL have been fantastic in terms of spotting and shutting down players so far in this tournament. But Shubhayu's loss, it certainly is going to hamper them. And now look at this. Zorda is being taken down as well. I have no clue how did Zorda get shut down.
You know, it's a big matter of concern also for the players of Team Silly, because they do not have a lot of loot on them, and they have to figure out a way when do they retreat. But suddenly 4 AM might be in a whole world of trouble, because it is Team FS that has hit the deck, and seems like they're going after maybe Karan. Or do they even realize that there is one man hiding over here?
I don't think they do.
Oh my god.
Nobody knows that there is one player just in the backlines holding, being anonymous as of now, and 4 aggressive men. I think for them, this has been a fantastic tactic to just hide someone, to send a spy onto enemy lines. And Spider Jot, he strikes, finds the opening, and now, of course, the rest of the players will have to follow up, because otherwise Spider Jot will be engulfed in this fight.
They did not see this coming, did they? And just like that, Spider Jot, being quite predictable, gets picked off. No means of escape. I think he is a dead man walking there. Yeah. And now for Skillful, everything has gone haywire for 4 aggressive men, as they instantly decide to rally their forces together to a single spot.
They knew that after Spider Jot went down, that nothing could be done over there, especially the way Skillful was pushed back. As soon as that player was knocked out, they had to fall back from that particular fight. But I think Spider Jot did his job. He was just fixated in that one and done angle. He could potentially find one knock, and he did find that finish. So good job on him. But on the other side, Livecraft,
oh my god,
this has been a debacle and a half for them. Gladiators once again finding early success. But where are the rest of the players, and why are they rotating so badly out in the open?
It's the pressure, Salty. It is the pressure. And in, you know, situations like this, sometimes your mind just freezes. And adding on to the entire surroundings, the environment really not helping out Aircraft, because like I said, this is going to be such an important game for them, and losing out on one of their players, you come with a set strategy, set idea of how you want to proceed in this map, and suddenly one of your players goes down, things aren't working well. Same goes with 4 AM. The moment the Skillful got that knock, I do not understand the reason why he did not want to go inside the compound. Maybe he was overthinking a little bit bit, because maybe inside the compounds those nades would have been flooded, but seems like, you know, he was on the receiving end of things as Aircraft. Now this is again one of those teams was in contention for making it into the top 16, but really haven't converted those games given the opportunities they've had.
They are struggling, not just on the overall standings, but also in this position as well, because look at the amount of teams that surround him currently. There is Great Esports, there is Silly Esports just rotating right underneath, and Draco will look to capitalize. Spray down comes in from him, and Fox OP has been brought down. Silly Esports cannot do anything about it. They will have to fly past and keep their friend as that sacrificial pawn. This is one of the reasons why rotating in such open vehicles has been a problem for multiple teams. But look at the finish feed. It seems like Gladiators, they're under fire.
They certainly are, but Draco is not going to be happy about the fact that his finish was stolen. It was DOD from the castles. They had that high ground. They've got all that vision. Now, this is where I was getting a little worried about Team Silly, because, you know, they were kind of trying to force fights right from the get-go without having any semblance of loot or cover, anything at all. And now look at them just getting bashed down and battered, as everywhere they set their eyes, you've got teams.
Absolutely. I think Team Silly Esports, they will have to find an exit from this position. And it's not their fault, really. I think they certainly were over-flooded. Majority of the teams have clustered down in this castle region. We were talking about it as soon as the players had dropped down. So they understand that the circle is going to end somewhere around here. And Silly Esports, they've just got themselves in a very precarious position. Ace Black, as well as his comrade, Evil Surya, try and find an exit, but I wonder where is the third player.
Somewhere around, for sure.
Very far away, actually.
He's breathing. You know, that's the silver lining.
He's breathing.
Knocked yet. So as you know, things stand, 4 a.m. They're right at the smack center, but they've lost out on one of their players. Good thing is they've managed to, you know, just regroup with each other and then kind of let the push come in. Maybe a lot of teams would want to go for that flush, but for now it's all about a waiting game. A lot of these teams do have those compounds, and that is the go-to story in Vikendi. You've got so many of those clustered compounds which you can pick. You can be safe till that one hard shift. Now that has been the only variable factor, because we have seen instances where maybe the circle kind of tilts towards both Vosto a little bit, sometimes towards Tovar, most of the times towards Mount Kresnich, but Surya, all by his lonesome, he's got the players of 7 Shaw trying to surround him, or maybe they're just going their own merry ways.
They certainly are going their merry ways, and for now, 7 Shaw, they're not going to stop. For a moment, I kind of want to see the brilliance of GOAT once again, but then I kind of do tend to pinch myself a little bit and come back to reality that those performances, those are made for historic moments and certainly can't be repeated in every occasion. GOAT, the man in form, the man who certainly made headlines in the first game, spotting down a couple of players from the side of, I believe, 4 aggressive men. But for now, it seems like 7 Shore, once again, they've found a compound where they can hold at least for a couple of more circles.
At least a couple more. But, you know, you talk about GOAT, you kind of start to speculate also, was it a one-match wonder? Because you look at him in the overall standings, he wasn't really there. And, you know, as a fragger, then he gets one good game. Yeah, that's going to help him at least to break it into maybe the top 25 players. But he's got to push for more with just limited number of matches remaining. And guess what? We've had the circle shift, but did you notice any changes?
I mean, this is the first and the second circle in Vikendi. This is how it is, ladies and gentlemen. And so I always wait for the 5th one. The 5th rendition of the circle is where things actually change, because in spite of that, you saw the map, right? Majority of the teams, they're stacked up right at the center. So even if the circle does make those micro changes, it's not really going to affect the teams or force them into movement. It will be certain teams like Team Troublemakers who certainly live up to their name fixes, and sometimes their movements that kind of unsettles the environment, especially on how teams station themselves. I think they will try and do something similar over here as well, because they've spotted Team PR Titans who are just holding these shacks and wooden huts. Definitely not the best of compounds, but once they do manage to strike these players who are venturing out in the open, I think the floodgates will open.
Yeah, they will open, at least not now. And troublemakers, like you said, I think they will have to start living up to their name because they've not got a lot going. They kind of also understand that, yeah, their qualification into the grand finals looks a little bleak.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they can just go around, create trouble for a lot of the other teams, maybe having potential chances, kind of force a few upsets. They can do that. But for now, I think they want to play it a little bit safe because they've got that Mount Kresnich under their control, having that high ground area to themselves certainly would favor them. But it all comes down, like you said, Salty, that circle shift, that hard shift
Yeah.
that we're talking about. Once that curveball hits, a lot of these teams will traverse, and that is where troublemakers could look to make their next move.
Speaking of the hard shift, I think one of the teams who is not on the mainland right now, still holding on to Cement Factory, will be Glitchix Reborn. And we've seen them play in from the edges for quite a while. I mean, this team always makes those late rotations, always makes those rotations from, I believe, the close end of the blue zone usually. So we have to watch out on how they deal with things. But now look at this. Surya has been spotted. But in fact, he has found the first knock on Evil Surya, who is the evil version of him. But it seems like Aim God is going to put an end to the good version of Evil Surya. Surya himself.
Yeah, evil prevails, as it seems like. GWL and Team Silly, I think they had quite a little bit of a story going on right from the very start. It was all about that information game, and we could see the players of GWL were starting to dwindle down. One being picked off by the player of Silly, then there were the others who also kind of entered into the fray, got a few more knocks, but it was Silly in the end who managed to completely wipe them out. But Fox OP, just the one player kind of finished off. Now this is where we get to see the second stage closing in, and the third shift will kind of give us a slight idea of where this game is really headed at. But you take a look at Team Enigma, they're feeling comfortable, but I'm pretty sure the circle's gonna shift away from here.
Fixes Enigma Gaming, they definitely are feeling comfortable, but LeBron himself, I think he's feeling a little adventurous right now, taking on that scout role, constantly venturing into that empty spot in between Air Esports and Redemption Crew. I think he wants that extra bit of information in how Team Enigma can maneuver around. So we'll have to find out if that information is relayed properly and executions are being made on the back of it. But for now, I think the circle will take a central shift, and the only piece of movement possibly will be coming in from Glitchix Reborn, who will be forced to now make a rotation onto the mainland, cross over the river. But crossing over the river, I think that in itself is going to be a challenge.
Yeah, I'm kind of starting to worry about Glitchix Reborn a little bit, because now they've also understood that the circle is going away from them, and they will have to cross the bridge sooner or later. Now, you did mention a good point about them trying to flourish from the edges, and that has been their go-to way. And you can see in terms of the statistics also, you've got players like Ralph, you've got players like Duke, Chris, everybody has delivered. So this team knows how to pick up a fight. But that's kind of instills a little bit of fear in my heart, because now you've got so many of those teams clustered up around the center, while Glitchix Reborn trying to kind of enter inside the zone. That is where they will have a lot of trouble coming their way if they're not prepared for it, and if they miss this one matchup also, I think their dreams might just get shattered right here, right now.
I mean, speaking of dreams, I think majority of the teams who are still playing, they are
Daljit.
dreaming of something. And Daljit, my man, we saw what he did on the map of Miramar yesterday, and he still has that M24 and that 8-time scope. This is going to be fabulous if he does land a couple of shots, but we've seen Great Esports not really make much advantage of those knocks that he brings out. But once again, bringing the topic back to Glitchix Reborn, I think they certainly are going to struggle finding that entry point, because the shorelines of that left-hand side island, I think, is completely occupied. If they do tend to move up north, they're going to find gladiators. If they try and go south and try and enter through Castle, there is team do or die.
Yes, do or die. I think that is one of those fights they have to be really careful about. But you talk about Daljit and his greatness with that bolt action. I wanted to bring up a point. This is a little theory that I have, that in the map of Vikendi, you can really use the bolt action, because you've got those tiny little windows, and sometimes players tend to peek, and there are not a lot of windows in a single compound. The way they're designed over in this map, so kind of puts you up to success if you kind of put your shots in the right area. But yeah, that was about Team Grid. But they've not had a great tournament so far in this one. Do not expect a lot out of them. Newly formed again, having their trouble for quite some time. But for aggressive men, Salty, I think our eyes will be fixated on how they perform, because they do not also have much matches remaining after this. And if they do not finish at least in the podium, then things don't look good for me.
They definitely need that healthy 15, 16 pointer, to be honest, in this one. And they kind of have the position to do so as well. But the only problem is we've been talking about the cons of holding the central part of Vikendi. And it seems like once again, for aggressive men, they will be facing similar sort of aggression and similar sort of pressure from multiple sides. From the south, it will be the likes of Team GWL. It will be Silly Esports as well. There will be action from the north coming in as well. I wonder if Enigma Gaming as well as Seven Show, they will decide to charge upon this particular team. But ladies and gentlemen, the circle does take a shift. Now, it's nothing major. It's still what I would call a central shift. But I think Glitchix Reborn, they're going to be a little happy for a while because they do have the shorelines for now though.
Really still gives us a vivid picture of what's going to happen next, or where the circle could form. Now this is where the teams might want to take a little bit of control around Port Vosto or Mount Cresnes, because now the castle is out of picture. But here comes BR Titans. You can see God plays in a whole world of trouble. Skeleton finding or trying to find some cover. He gets picked off as well. The last player surviving, Exodia. What does he do?
I have no clue. They were fighting against Redemption Crew, but little did they know that majority of the damage came in from Team Troublemakers, who are still holding the likes of Mount Kresnik. Pain is in a lot of pain right now. Redemption Crew certainly wanted to make an exit out of this as well, because both these two teams, they are being third-partied currently. Anyone being spotted out in the open will get finished off. Certainly God plays out there. The nade has chimed in, and now it's all up to Baymax. He's smoked it up so that no third-party involvement comes in. Finds the opening as well. The nade is there. BR Titans, I think they have been dug 6 feet under.
Oh, they certainly have made the makers over here. Redemption Crew with just 3 players coming inside this lobby and still getting that wipe. In the grand scheme of things, does not make a lot of change though, because BR Titans were really not fighting for qualification. It was all about pride and glory. And seems like one more match has gone away from them. But now again, getting back to the teams. Aircraft still in a good position. Do not have enough numbers, but look at GlitchX Reborn. They finally strike.
They finally strike. 2 important players have been taken down. And now Slayer, I think he will have a massive job in hand. But GlitchX Reborn, the only thing I think they need to worry about is the third-party involvement. How many teams are present and how can they influence in this game so far? Nade strike as explosions do follow, but GlitchX Reborn, they definitely do not follow up, do not want to make any errors. Draco out in the open, I kind of felt very scared for him for a while. But they still are holding on. Great Esports. Look at Draco's HP.
How is he living? I have no clue. Considering Great, they were not in a good situation, almost in a predicament over there, as now suddenly they've decided to change things apart. Even Surya Jord on the cusps of getting a revive. Finally, Draco has to commit in for a push, while Raf, he's got that grenade cooked up, maybe gets a secure, but now he is going to fight it out with a DBS.
Absolutely. Through the window, shots being fired upon, but no real connections as of yet, as bodies do tend to finish up. And with that being said, I think Great Esports, they are gonna finally bite their dust. Slayer was picked up once again. Great Esports kind of felt very offloaded in that fight, especially after the first 2 knocks. Never really managed to recover. They had a 2v2 situation, but once again, GlitchX Reborn, I think this was a very dicey situation for a second.
You know, Draco did a lot in this fight, to be honest, because GlitchX Reborn, they had one objective, to take control over these compounds. The way they started things off, 2 players already picked up, the pressure kind of surmounting over them, and still it came down to a sort of a 1v1 position where Ralph had to step up for his team, and he did that. And this is exactly, you know, the moments where GlitchX Reborn need to convert for themselves, because look at their position inside the zone. A very good one indeed, a little aloof from the pack. Nobody on their back lines. It's DOD they've got to deal with, whilst 4 AM might also be looking to make a mark.
4 aggressive men. I think their first target will be DOD. will be the battle for the southern control. Of course, you've got Seven Shore who are also trying to make an entry as well. So this is going to be some sort of a commotion. But look at this. Error Esports Swam over there out in the open has been spotted, being taken down by LeBron. But it is just LeBron up all by himself. Team Enigma, they slowly follow up, but as of now, they're not on their aggressive shoes. Hitman has been spotted out in the open. What was he doing over there?
No idea for Christ's sake, because now LeBron, he's gotten the best out of the other player also, and slowly but surely Team FS, they're losing out on numbers. But hey Salty, we've seen the circle before. This is one of those games where Team Insane had also converted a chicken dinner, right being on the shorelines, right playing around the cliffy areas, as now Enigma decide to go in for a push, and certainly seems like FS are starting to feel the heat.
You know, it seems like this is the best that we've seen from Enigma in this entire tournament so far. They are so free, they are so open, and they are using their utility in style. Look at that. The Molotov connecting once again, but we are going to transition into another fight, ladies and gentlemen. Team TMZ up against Team Gujarat Tigers. TMZ certainly have the upper hand. They have the topography as well. And look at the influx of utility. I think the only thing TMZ has to worry about is the fact that their angles are open from so many different directions. Nades once again being lobbed in, but no connections as of yet. I think Gujarat Tigers have done a brilliant job in staying hidden away from these utilities.
You know, TMZ, they're playing with fire. Just on the sword's edge, like you said, quite vulnerable, quite exposed. If they do not find some cover, they might get shot from elsewhere. So they really need to work things out over here. Whilst GT, realizing that they are in a bit of a pickled up situation, they have nowhere to run or hide. So they will have to be in cover for as long as possible and hope, Salty, that somebody else takes down at least a player or two from TMZ before GT can execute for a push.
You know, for Gujarat Tigers, I think Fixes is the worst position where they can be, because look at that on the left hand side, Jackson and Prince. If they do decide to go in for that wide flank, they will open themselves up to multiple other teams. And now from the top, there is constant pressure that is being applied. Optimus right at the edge of the circle. They know it is not really a difficult job, but they want to secure these finishers. And the only way Gujarat Tigers have been able to hold the aggression back is by throwing the utilities back in the direction. TMZ, they certainly know that they have secured 70% advantage on this fight, but they want those points. Gujarat Tigers on the other side, it seems like the smokes will not protect them for now, and finally the first body hits the deck.
Oh, it certainly does, as the fight keeps on prolonging over here, as Adil Zot looking for a couple more finishes, at least to his name. TMZ, we know they want trouble, and they are out looking for it. Seems like they found the right timing, but for Gujarat Tigers, it's an important fight. We've seen them. They still have a slight chance of making it, but if they fall down over here, I think that chance will be out.
Exactly. I think on that left-hand side, the smokes that have been deployed was in order to stop the shots coming in from Justin. But we do know smokes are just pieces of soft cover. It's not going to stop your bullets. Gladiators on the other side have been laying low for a while. They are in stealth mode, but finally do decide to make an entry inside the circle. Even Gujarat Tigers, as a matter of fact, it seems like they got themselves a little bit of a breathing space, especially with this knock coming in from LeBron. I think Gujarat Tigers now have a massive advantage. They can use it, but once again, they are hesitant for climbing. This is disastrous.
You know, they're just trying to buy time over here. They're just hoping somebody else takes down a player or two. But now look at Redemption Crew. Baymax did go after Jackson. He's been taken out of the picture. Adil Jot finally showing himself off. And there you go. His head transformed into nothing. As now Gujarat Tigers, this is the perfect moment to strike. And I hope they do.
I will hope they do as well. But Prince is just holding on to that backlines. He wants to kind of return back to 100% health, but look at the throwables. It's absolutely none. It's a big void that Gujarat Tigers will have to deal with. They took to majority of their throwables in the fight against TMZ up earlier, and now it seems like they will kind of get plummeted down. On the other side, there is another fight that is happening. Team Enigma Gaming, they have their attention divided between multiple teams, and on one team is going to be Error Esports having spotted, but Team Enigma, I think they are kind of falling down on that pressure. On the other side, Gujarat Tigers finally taking the fight against Redemption Crew, but this has backly misfired. AJ will get knocked down, but easy revival for this lad.
Please, easy revival, but they know the job's not yet over, because now Troublemakers come striking in, but now this time, Gujarat Tigers are in a fighting position. Look at them just go all over the place, unleashing all those bullets out there.
Nice.
Prince gets a single knock. Can he get the second?
Wow.
Yes, he does. And in the blink of an eye, Lifecraft, they are out of this game.
They certainly are. Gujarat Tigers just looking so strong all of a sudden. Team Troublemakers, they could not capitalize on that advantage. But in the backlines, what happened to Gladiators? Delta PG is going to be the only survival. He does have the medkit and the first aids to work with, but not enough to play a heal battle. Certainly not enough to take a fight once again, but on the other side, this fight resumes. Troublemakers versus Gujarat Tigers. This is possibly the most prolonged fight that I've seen happen on Weekendy Fixes.
It's going on for ages, and the best part is there is always an extra variable in this particular fight.
Yes.
But now Gujarat Tigers want redemption. They want that vengeance. Troublemakers had been oppressing them for quite some time. But look at Optimus. I think Adil Jod, he spotted something out. He's done some hefty amount of damage onto its Eggy, but certainly not enough in securing this knock.
You know, this Battle of the North, this has carried on beyond proportions. And once again, there is going to be the involvement of Gladiators involved in the mix of things. Delta slowly approaching this fight. It's Karanjot who is going to find the first knock, but I don't think Team Troublemakers, they're going to push forth. Another nade that has been lobbed in as well, but from the south, there is a completely different fight happening altogether. You've got Error Esports, you've got GlitchX Reborn, and also you've got Team Enigma who has just been wiped down. It seems like the pressure is surmounting, but will GlitchX Reborn manage to survive? That is the question. Ralph all by himself fixes.
You know, it's an open circle. That's what it's turning out to be. And Ralph, he's got to pull off something out of his magic hat.
Nice.
He does. Gets 12 finishes. GlitchX Reborn were looking games like this. They had been in search. They were on the prowl. But look at the circle.
Oh,
absolutely favoring the players of Gujarat Tigers. And what a game have they had. Look at where they were and look at where they are right now.
You know, this is persistence from Gujarat Tigers. I think they kind of had patience to try and survive from that situation. They utilized everything that they had in their arsenal to try and take down Team Troublemakers. They definitely could not find success in that fight, but they managed to survive, and now they are finally in the end game. Team Troublemakers still looking to cause a lot of troubles. They haven't had to move a muscle, but so far it seems like they have had enough. They want to actually make the first moves, and it seems like Adil Jod, is he going to get back into his vehicle?
You know, they have to get inside the circle. That's the first for sure. Hence, so many of those smokes being laden down.
Wow.
And Jackson, he's just going to spray through the smoke screen, hoping a single bullet connects. But look at Adil Jod making it ever so close, but he gets picked off.
Absolutely. Gujarat Tigers, finally, their time to shine, and this is vengeance. 3 players, in fact, 2 of them being knocked out. Jackson right next to him, the final player, possibly, and it seems like he's been cleaned off. Adil Jod could not actually do anything over there. Gujarat Tigers, what a chicken dinner we've had.
It's an impossible chicken dinner to get, and somehow they converted it. You know, made the odds stack in their favors. Gujarat Tigers, for a moment, they were under the bridge. They were taking fire from multiple directions. There were a plethora of teams that wanted their heads, but a never give up attitude is what they had, and the way they forced those fights towards the end, and then there were just 2, and Gujarat Tigers were like, hey, the gods have given us luck this time. They've kind of given us the zone, and now bring it on. And TMZ did not have a lot of options there. They wanted to go in for a slam, and there you could see one of those players of Gujarat Tigers having that little off angle around those walls, managed to get those things opened up, and then you could see Jackson just goes in and gets all the finishes.
You know, to be honest, Team Troublemakers and Gujarat Tigers, they were duking since, I think if I am not mistaken, terribly, they were fighting since 9 teams or 10 teams were still alive, and they were still duking it out when 2 teams were alive. But ladies and gentlemen, we've had such a game, to be honest, and I think Redemption Crew kind of made things easier, especially with them pushing up inside the circle. Gujarat Tigers realized that they have a soft target for themselves, and once Redemption Crew was down and out, they had a compound to fight from. This is quick thinking from Gujarat Tigers, but massive survival instincts as well. But ladies and gentlemen, speaking of survival instincts, I hope you are surviving in your game, and if you do so, we have something special for you which is coming right about now. why did I mention that if you are surviving inside your game, then we have something special? Because if they are surviving in the game, then you need something special to flex your success, of course. And for that, we do have Freaky Fiesta.
Yeah.
We do have the Royal Pass as well, ladies and gentlemen. Just get yourself some amazing skins and some amazing sets. It is going to be a very valuable addition to your inventory. I think Fixes can be a very good person to ask tips from.
I mean, it certainly will. So skins do help you kind of, playing the game a little bit more, flexing in front of your friends. And if you're lucky, you could get those other suits. But yeah, the RP is something
You
to
know,
really have.
Everyone has told me that you're very lucky when it actually comes to inventory. I want you to do some crate openings in
I
front of
was
me
lucky.
to testify if that is true.
All right, tonight we're going to do
Tonight.
that once again, where you'll see me finding nothing. But I'll be hopeful, right? There is that little glimmer of hope. But
Yeah.
for Glitch X Reborn, what an amazing game this has been, especially considering how they were on the edges.
Yeah.
And suddenly converting this third position finish with around 12 finishes to their name. I think that gives them 22 points and certainly puts them in a really fighting position.
Absolutely. I think, of course, we'll have to have a look at the calculations, how many points Glitchix found out. But it seems like from an aggressive front, finding 12 finishes, it's more than enough. They've done enormously well. But the only problem was, I think, in the midst of rotation, they kind of fell short in terms of securing Duke over there. Duke fell down, I believe, to the play zone, if I'm not mistaken. And also, one of the important players, Roman OG, was down pretty early inside the game. But apart from that, I think Enigma Gaming has sort of surprised me the most fixes inside of Week 3.
Yeah, Enigma's Gaming certainly did, especially LeBron and Infinity, both these players, the kind of form that they've had. But Court again, he's just gone berserk tonight, hasn't he? But for Glitchx Reborn, again, kind of bringing the conversation down to them. One of the most pivotal fights was against the likes of Grid, because that enabled them to have a good position inside the circle.
Yeah.
It did come down to a 1v1. Ralph clutched it out. But words fall short of how good Gujarat Tigers were in this game. Given the circumstances they were under, you had Redemption Crew from one side, you had Troublemakers trying to make their lives hell. And there was again one of the other teams, I think it was DOD around that castle area, that also did not want them to live. But they kind of faced all the adversities, somehow got past through it. I don't know how they did it, but that was a chicken dinner to remember.
It certainly was, right? And since on Vikendi we do get similar circles every single time, I think that dip under the bridge that has been the graveyard for multiple teams right now. We do see to find one team or the other getting taken down in that spot. But you know what? If you do take down some of your opposition inside your game, sometimes a celebratory moment is definitely required. So why not celebrate in the voice of Ranveer Singh, ladies and gentlemen? Superstar Ranveer Singh is available inside the game. Not himself, but his voice pack and skins, emotes, and a lot more. Do check it out. And of course, I assure you, you're going to have a fantastic time with it. But speaking of fantastic times, now it is fantastic times for Gujarat Tigers, is it? Because the last time I remember, they were in the mid-pack. And this game, it wasn't actually very bad for them. They had a decent number of points. Are they in contention, Fixes?
Well, let's be honest. They were around 50 plus in terms of the overall rankings.
Yeah.
And they had a decent game one of Irangal, if you remember, Gujarat Tigers. Now, this one being converted, and I think for them to really have a chance of making it to the grand finals, they will have to place first in terms of overall standings of this week. Get those extra 25 bonus points means that they need to convert one or two more games to kind of ensure that, yes, there is a very small window, but it's there.
A very small window, and I think it's not just for Gujarat Tigers, it is for a lot of the other teams, even for Glitchx Reborn as well, because the gap was massive, right? But they had to make a climb, and I think they did half the job. I think this game went right according to the plan, just like you mentioned. Possibly more than 20 points is what they have acquired, and that kind of puts them right in the similar periphery, possibly alongside the likes of Gladiators, maybe. I'm not really sure if that is enough to actually breach past the top 16, but they certainly are looking close, isn't it?
Oh yeah, they are. If you talk about the journey of Glitch X Reborn throughout the BMPS, it's been a little erratic. Week
Yeah.
number one, absolutely phenomenal. Then week number two, we witnessed their downfall. Week number three, they've been kind of trying to find their way through. They have, in fact, in certain games. But in this game, who might the MVP be, Salty?
It's very interesting. Someone from Gujarat Tigers would possibly be my guess, but well,
Yeah.
let's just find out. It is AJ from Gujarat Tigers. 5 finishes to his name, 41.6% contribution. It seems like Gujarat Tigers in totality, they went down with a lot of numbers on board. But let's just have a look at this. Roman Oj from Glitchix Reborn finally coming back at its prime form. 5 finishes from this lad. You've got Ralph on 4 finishes, Infinity on 4 finishes, and Prince OG on 4 finishes as well. So Gujarat Tigers, certainly a good game for this team.
Now, quite some veterans, quite some old dogs on this list.
Yes.
You talk about AJ, he's been in the scene. Prince, as you can talk about the inception of this game, he's been there for quite some time. But some new blood as well. I've been constantly focusing on Infinity. You've been talking about Ralph and Roman also. So all these players grinding for so long and finally, reaping the rewards over here. And now it is the moment of truth. Like I said, Gujarat Tigers get that win. They get those 27 points, which will kind of propel them up in the overall standings. But we've got so many of the other participants also in the mix, all of them getting a few chicken dinners here and there. But Glitch X Reborn, a very important game. Gladiators, I think they were kind of sidelined always.
Yeah.
You could really never see them fighting it out against any team. But one big fight we've been kind of missing out on was Team Silly dealing with GWL also.
Absolutely. And speaking of both those teams, in fact, none of those teams make it inside the first page.
Yeah.
Gladiators only amounting 7 points from this particular match. I guess they had approximately 13 points from the first game. So 20 points from 2 games. I'm not really sure if they are doing justice, but we'll have to find out. Wait till the end of the day where we see Team Gladiators live. But inside the second page, ladies and gentlemen, you've got Team 4 Aggressive Men, another team who also was in contention fixes, but I said, right, the central part of the circle, you're gonna take enormous amount of pressure. 4 a.m. they could not really hold on to it.
Initially they drew a lot of attention. You could see 4 Aggressive Men spreading out a little bit. They lost out on Spider after he got a finish. But then when the circle kind of shifted away from them, that is where the trouble arose. They could never make their way inside the circle, and they sort of vanished into thin air. But for 4 a.m. and even for Elcraft, this was a very important game. Same can be said for the likes of even Team FS, Salty, because FS had a phenomenal, rather a stellar week 2 where we saw so many of those individual moments. Also Turbo, Hitman, they've been both firing on all cylinders, and we kind of had our expectations really high from them, but they haven't really been delivering this week.
I mean, to be honest, there are 96 teams fixed, and we've seen so many teams kind of put up certain bits of performances here and there, and majority of the times we do derive a lot of expectations from those performances. We think that it's going to continue, but we've also got to remind ourselves that this is a very long tournament and only a few chosen ones will be consistent throughout, ladies and gentlemen. And like we have always said, consistency is the only thing which takes you to the greatest stage of esports history. That is going to be Eka Arena. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to focus on the final match of the day, which is going to be on the map of Erangel. And let's just find out which are the 2 groups who are going to be playing.
This time around, we've got Group 9 and Group 12 fighting it out against each other. Some interesting participants over here. You've got Glitch X Reborn playing another match. Gujarat Tigers absolutely feeling themselves in this one. Even the likes of FS who would want to stage a comeback over here. But when you look at their competitors, you've got Marcus Gaming Zero. They have had a really good start into the week, but teams to really eye out for would be Team X-Park, Psych, and maybe a few others. But joining along with me on this desk would be iSuper Johnny. So Johnny, welcome back once again. Weekend, it started off a little slow, but boy oh boy, what an ending, man.
Yeah, especially, I mean, every time we see Gujarat Tigers pop off, it is exciting, right? Because we know it's a team filled with a lot of veterans, a lot of legacies behind the names, and it's nice to just see them live up to those old days. But unfortunately, I mean, we won't really know if they'll be able to make it through or not.
That's the sad part.
Yeah.
That would hurt. And, kind of thinking of it, you need to understand how this tournament really panned out. You had your chances. Everybody got the same chances. We had different groups, and there were a few who were a cut above the rest. But now, if you don't make it, it's all right. We've got the next official tournament coming pretty soon also.
Yeah, that
Not going
is
to give any leaks though.
exactly. I mean, if you want to know more information, again, it's just one place, Crafton India Esports. Go to their social media handles, follow them, and you will have every single update about every single tournament that comes out. And before it comes out, in fact, you'll get every single bit of information that you require. But I would say it wouldn't just be anything not qualifying. It will be heartbreaking. Fixes you yourselves. When you came here the first day, you said one important thing: a lot of careers are on the line.
Oh yeah, for sure. We've seen that happening lately, right? Even with the big teams, you've got those veteran players starting to get a little complacent, feel a little settled. Now, everyone has understood it's time for the new blood to come in, and everybody is looking out. We've seen so many reformations in their rosters, and this could be one of those moments after this tournament. We might see the most biggest shuffle ever in the history of BGMI.
Exactly, but I think we still have one last game left, and that means one last opportunity for the 16 teams to battle it out, at least for the second last day, ladies and gentlemen. It will be an exciting game of wrangles, so let the action begin. And here we go with a big bird in the sky, and this time I believe for the first time in the last 2 days, we have a flight path that will be a little bit more vertical. Over this map starts off between shooting range and Zarki and ends towards the southern edge of the military base.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to enjoy this one. And really hoping that the zone goes a little towards the eastern side. We've seen a lot of those circles. Even yesterday, it was around Mansion and Shelter. But this is one of those games where you have to have your eyes fixated on teams like Glitchx, Reborn, again, four aggressive men. Now, they've got a potential chance, Johnny. But the last weekendy, they really have to go for a hard reset and come back striking hard in this one.
Well, at least this is not weekendy. It's a wrangle, a little bit more home ground for everyone. So let's see how comfortable the teams are going to be in this matchup. At least for the first few drops, we do see Glitchx along with the players of Great Esports moving towards that western side, taking an early exit. Great Esports, we know they like to start from the city of Severny, but of course, towards Georgopol. How could it be that it would be empty? We have four aggressive man facing off against Psych. Psych taking control of the Georgopol containers and the city, and four aggressive man starting off from the northern Georgia city.
And they would be wanting to avoid fights, both these teams, because Psych, they've not had the best of week 3 so far. Today, those matches they kind of played in did not really go the way they wanted. Did not get a lot of finishes. But yes, FS. Now, I think they're slowly starting to lose their calm. They've realized, we've been trying a lot. Maybe the target is so monumental, the ask is so high that it's better to just go all out.
I mean, if they can, but that 1-3 split drop, I don't think it's going to work out unless Hitman is also, basically he's the silent assassin. This one, gets away without being detected.
Yeah.
And he does actually. He manages to regroup with his teammates. Wow. What was Redemption Crew doing now? That is the question we should be asking.
Redemption Crew, even in the last game, they just came in with 3 players. So, they've also made peace with their fate that awaits them. But hold on. Somebody just caught a knock with her dagger.
Yeah. It was Saya just stabbing the opposition away. Shadow was the one who knocked the opposition out. It was one of the players from the side of Blood Rose, I believe. But still nothing to convert more from this. I believe the players have landed safely, and even the players from the side of BR have recovered some weapons. So if now they force a fight, the players of Marcos Gaming 0, they can be on the wrong end of this stick.
Yeah, certainly will. But seems like they feel a little confident. Skeleton having that wizard tower control. Exodia, however, gets a beautiful trade.
Wow.
But Kylo, what on earth was that shot?
That was just nasty. And Skeleton, as he tries to push forward, will be turned into a skeleton in a little while. Well, a one made of wood. But BR with that are down to their last surviving player. It's going to be the man, the myth, the legend, K-Flex. But will he get to flex on the faces of the opposition? The answer is no. Before his feet hit the ground, he was sent back to the lobby, and Kylo with an amazing 3K at the start of the match.
It just took 2. to wipe down the entirety of BR Titans over here. And Marcus Gaming 0. Now they've dropped on the Southern Island. They realized that they have to rotate a little early. And this was a fight, I believe, just for the vehicles. They dropped in and they realized there is one more team. So there was a sudden tension in the air, and you could see those knocks coming out of those daggers. And heads goes on to the fact that Marcus Gaming 0, they've also been gifted a vehicle by the players of BR Titans.
I was just about to say, what do you mean a fight for the vehicles? This is BGMI, not Fast and Furious fixes.
I mean, to be honest, look at the entire fight, right? Both of them dropped for a vehicle there.
Yeah.
None of them got it. One team got eliminated, but before doing that, at least they had a little gift. You know, take this, wish you all the best, get inside the circle. But even in the grand scheme of things for Marcus Gaming 0, had they hustled it out a little bit in week number 1, because in week 2 we finally found that little consistency in their game towards the latter half. But seems like it was just not enough.
I do agree with you. I mean, week 2, week 3, they have been a little bit more stable. Week 1 was just horrendous, to be honest.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, the recovery is there, and we can be hopeful for a better future. That's the bright side of things. But on our screens, U4G, today they have had an amazing performance. I mean, they started the day off with a nice little win of theirs in game number 2. But from there, it has been about building momentum, and here it is.
Yeah.
Just punching him to his inevitable demise. Exodia had a nice little angle to work with, but it was a nasty little shot from Kylo that just changed everything, and he went down to take 3 more from the side of BR, just wiping them from the game.
This was so satisfying. The moment he just gets out, hey, what's up? Bye. So, but again, you have to consider that Marcus Gaming 0, they're getting all these finishes, considering the fact that they have no pressure on their heads. Because now, bringing the entire attention down to the teams who are in the mix of things. You're talking about the performances from GlitchX Reborn, who's still playing in this game. You're talking about 4 aggressive men. But looking at this entire circle, Team X-Park, they are going to be really happy about where they're positioned at. And this is where I'm kind of starting to get worried where the circle shifts. It could be a Southern Pochinki circle, but we've also seen this circle kind of go towards the Gatka a little bit.
That is true, but let's see eventually where this zone will take us. I do agree with you that Gatka might actually be where the end game happens, but so far I think FS, look at this now, this is a little too much aggression from their side as they look to push the players off U4G. Turbo looking to get things off with a nade. It was lobbed towards Captain, but Captain was a little too far away. Now Captain with the counter nade does try to deny the push for the players of FS, but by this point I think it's a little too late. They have access to this pool area.
I think all Captain needs to do is try and delay the push from coming in. Has to wait for the moment where his teammates can find some different angle, and that is exactly what they're trying to do. You know, this is going to be a really nice fortress to defend around, but one of the players of FS is still around that Rozok Hills. So this is something that U4G have to be, you know, paying attention to.
He's just listening for the footsteps. Tries to lob it outside, a bounce off the wall, but does not really connect. Sees one on the other side of the hall, tries to spray him down, but Captain needs backup, and he has arrived indeed. Dazzle gaining so much control in this building. U4G, they are feeling the pressure of FS trying to push for the fight, and Captain is going to fall. Along with him, one more teammate might hit the floor as FS finally have turned things around. They're looking for the second run out. A little bit of an overcommitment, and it's going to be AimGod with the DBS who finds the pick. Dazzle is going to fall as well, but no, he survives. Prithvi getting knocked out. Numbers equalized for either sides.
Oh, indeed. And U4G suddenly, changing things around. Will try and get the revive on Captain, as now FS still having nothing to lose. Turbo, you should not have jumped out of the building like that. And now he will suffer the same fate. Now you've got King Demon.
Oh no.
And another player surviving. It is Dazzle. He finally makes his way through, but Captain getting knocked out. This does not look good for them, but King Demon still duking it out with his UMP. How long is he going to live, Johnny?
Not long enough. He has 2 players who have the information of where this demon is hiding, and they will look to exercise him as quickly as possible. Stark especially. Look at him. He's holding the close angle with the AKM. The spray connects as he hears the pin from the nade being pulled, and even Dazzle is going to fall. Stark takes that final shot, standing in the flames of the Molotov, and AimGod.
Oh my
What
God.
is this? Oh yeah, he realized like he can tank that last tick of damage. Want to get close to his teammate just so He could try his level best to bring him back, but unfortunately, that is not going to be the case. In the meanwhile, though, we saw this on the feed. Glitch, Reborn were also taking a nasty hit. They have lost Duke in this game already.
You know, this is terrible for them.
Yeah.
They cannot afford to do that, and seems like they've taken quite a lot of losses because, you know, whilst this fight was actually going on, you had Great and Glitch fighting it out,
Yeah.
and it was all about being around the edges, and now, you know, Glitch X Reborn just having such a nice game of Weekendy. In Wrangle they fall. In the grand scheme of things, this is going to change the picture because after this we will have the overall standings. We have been talking about the possibilities of Glitch X Reborn making it into the grand finals, and that is where we had witnessed, and we did also touch upon it, that they need those bonus points. Now the pressure would be really off the roof.
Oh, it will be, but Ralph, I mean, such a tough task ahead of him. Plus, when the players of Midwave closing in on this position, can't really do anything. But look at the shift of the zone. It is between that Potato Hill and Gatka. Pochinki smack in the center, and X-Pac have moved in for that early city control.
And you know, in this game, somebody has to take control over the southern Pochinki Hills, like I said, right? Maybe 40R or maybe even Gujarat Tigers taking control, maybe around that eastern Pochinki Hills. That is still doable. As long as you've got the high ground, you've got so many information being relayed amongst each other. Now, downhill, now they've been also one of those off teams that sometimes kind of tend to surprise us when you least expect them. Something similar to U4G. You remember in the game of Miramar how they managed to get a chicken dinner, but look at Snacks. Does he realize that Ralph is hiding and praying that nobody hunts him down?
I think there's just like very, very little sound from the footsteps of Ralph. So Snacks might have an idea of
Oh my god, that was
there's
nasty.
just one player hiding in the tunnels. It was nasty indeed. And Great Esports, they were very quick about it as well, finishing off the players of Glitch before they could even react. But this was a good fight. It was quite extended, and FS overcommitted so many times. But kudos to U4G. They were there. The punishes that they wanted to have were perfectly timed executes. Players were providing ample amount of support to each other. No one charged in alone. Apart from Captain, of course.
Oh yeah, I think that was one of those fights where both these teams were kind of playing without the leash on them. They wanted to go all out, they wanted to have those flashy moments, and hence that fight sort of broke out in a very uncharacteristic fashion. But for Team Psych, Johnny, now this is again one of those teams, last I saw, they were inside the top 16. But then again, we've been looking at a lot of the other teams who've been on a prowl. You've seen so many of them making a comeback, and I really hope that Team Psych converts their game, kind of finds a little bit of that cushion to sit on, because you don't want to enter into the final day even with maybes in your mind.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Psych, they need a chicken dinner. That is it. If they get the chicken dinner, maybe they push through. If they don't, then they're definitely not going to make it. On the other side, though, U4G finally feeling the pressure as the players of Redemption Crew find themselves in the hills just south of school. They are on the slope of the Potato Hill, in fact, taking the vehicles out of commission. The tires on that buggy have been taken out. U4G, just 2 players surviving in the school building.
Indeed, and for Redemption Crew, finally they've managed to get their 4th also. Came in with just 3 players in the previous game for Horsemen. Now this is a team that is, again, you do not know how they are going to perform. Now so much flavor being added into this particular map, because now teams, a lot of them have already realized that their dreams of making it to the grand finals, finding that golden ticket, is done and dusted. Now that even makes them more fierce in terms of how they want to approach the game. But seems like MG, they did manage to win one fight, but this one might be a tad difficult.
It's definitely going to be a lot tougher, because now the opposition has weapons in their hands. And Marcos Gaming Zero, depends on how much information do they have to work with. But look at that. The shift of the circle. Now, this is quite nasty. Taking us all the way towards Ruins. There was no one there apart from Downhill and 4 AM. And everyone's just going to cluster up towards that southern and eastern edges.
Now, this is a perfect game where teams like 4AM need to find some value out of this match because they are away from the pack. You could see
Yes.
that flush set in from the south and the eastern side. Now, a lot of fights will break out, and this is the moment where 4AM need to find themselves in really solid positions, really need to get a lot of those finishes, get involved in some third parties. But look at Karan, he was surviving with a sliver of HP, had been knocked out earlier by the players of Downhill. Now, this is where I kind of want to bring Downhill back into the mix once again. So unpredictable, so deadly.
Yeah, and they were quite close to the side of 4 aggressive man, who were playing with a 1-3 split, I believe, and Karan being shut down can be detrimental to the endgame result, but let's see by how much. In the meanwhile, Downhill, they have quite a decent compound in their control for the next few moments, and I believe over here they can just stay back, stay safe, protect their position, and if they are good with their defensive fights, they're going to end up with a lot of finishes on the board.
They might. But for 4AM, they need to understand what's on the line in their pursuit to glory. At least Karan could have been a little bit more careful, knowing the fact that they kind of really messed up in Vikendi. And after this, they'll have majority of their games being over as Blaze in a whole world of trouble. Gujarat Tigers really starting to feel themselves. They will force this fight.
Well, they are going to try to force it, and Blaze, the error was already made from his end. He's going to be knocked out. A brilliant nade coming in from the side of Gujarat Tigers. But look at that. For aggressive man, they're not going to take this lying down. They have arrived. The backup is there. Blaze just needs to hold on for a few extra seconds. But it seems like the Molotov is doing ample amount of damage to him. And Prince finally gets the finish in the bag. And as soon as their teammates get taken out, for aggressive man, they completely disengage and back off.
Oh, they certainly do. But now this makes things a little better for Gujarat Tigers. They're on the pursuit of trying to kind of get that edge control to themselves, but surely they know that this circle would be ending around the northern side, somewhere around the ruins. Now, there are a lot of those ridges to play around. Now, this is where the IGLs will be put up for a test, where we need to understand how much do they know about the game. As AJ, what were those pot shots for?
I have no idea. I think just wanted to check if his weapon was working. But this time around, U4G, aim god. The aim is going to be whiffed. The vehicle goes over his head. But with the DBS, he secures one before he gets taken out now. The second man has arrived. Captain's going to be finished off. The 2v4 that they wanted, they don't really succeed in making it happen. And Marcos Gaming Zero, they'll be so grateful that there were just 2 players remaining from the side of U4G. Otherwise, MGZ, they would have been finished off. 2 players were so low, extremely low on their HP bars. And look at that, even Scout knocked out.
Yeah, outside the zone. Now, that's something hard to digest. What really went on where Marcus Gaming, they were kind of really blazing in. But seems like, I don't think he could be saved. Oh, he's way far. I don't know what went wrong over there. But look at the circle shift. Once we have the zones in front of our screen, again, it's a hard shift down the southern side. You've got 40 yards right around the center with Team X-Pac around the church. As Kailu, he sets his eyes on the players of 4 Horsemen.
And they are in a very precarious position right now, stuck in a pickle. Great Esports, they have a straight line of fire. But the circle itself, Fixes has changed everything.
Yep.
A sudden shift taking us back towards Pochinki. And in fact, between Pochinki and Gatka, X-Pac, they're going to be so happy they have easy access to the church area. And that can turn out to be an advantageous position to work with, because all you have to do is just clear up the fields towards the west.
I think Team X-Pac will be massively benefiting of that high ground advantage they have, but for TR, this is their game to lose, because given the position, it's a gift from the gods. They have to capitalize. They haven't really been doing in the past couple of weeks, but you never know if they could change things around over here, as Kailu seems to be in a whole world of trouble. You've got the players of Great trying to make their way inside the circle. Amidst all that action, amidst all that chaos, somebody has just opened the Pandora's box.
And they have split up the players from 4 AM. They're going to try and pick Krypton off, as well as Great Esports. They are out on the hunt. Daljeet is going to be dropped. Krypton from the backlines. Feels like he's working with Kryptonite in his hands, in his bullets indeed. Draco has the HP advantage. Krypton with 4 nades, 4 smokes available. Takes the shots, trying to finish Daljeet off. Needs to go for the nade on Draco, the damage is a little too much to deal with. Needs to be careful, a little bit more precise than Draco in the last few shots. Converts another knock. Now, still great. They are there with a two-man advantage. You have Surajot in the front line, Slayer in the back. A revive has been given to bring Daljit back into the fight, and Krypton, well, he's going to be blown to smithereens as a mistake in judgment was made in the very end. He tried to cross the ridge and was finished off. 4HM, the early exit they did not want. Well, it's theirs anyway.
Still a valiant effort from Kryptonite.
Yeah.
The way he kind of faced themselves, the opposition like warriors. Kudos to him, but for now we've got the players of Midwave trying to control and take the fight alongside Team X-Pac. So many teams around this church area, and now Dreams, he's got to be really careful with every single movement, dropping a little bit smoke, might want to venture a little bit ahead, but they will have to be careful, Johnny.
Wow, but the nades from Spraygard, look at that. 2 nades lobbed, 2 knocks secured. Midwave, they're taking a nasty hit in this fight, and X-Pac, they don't feel like slowing down. They are still moving. Spraygard leading the chart sees. In fact, here's Atanki on the other side. Is going to be knocked out. Just last man down. It's just remaining from the side of Midwave. And, well, he is not going to be alive for long. Spraygard, 3 eliminations on the board.
Quite immaculate for Team X-Pac, but still seems like Sarang is down. Pucar already out of the picture. Now the zone having gone away from them, they have to act fast. They have to be very swift. But for now, the circle really favoring the players of Team Psych. But hold on, Gujarat Tigers could strike any moment from the backlines. If they're not careful, I think they might dig their graves.
Well, let's see if Gujarat Tigers, that is going to be there. This is in the meanwhile, Silly Gaming, trying to see if they can pick off the players from the side of Redemption Crew while they are going for rotation. Baymax, barely makes it to the other side.
Oh, Evil Soria. He's going to take his chances, but Redemption Crew, they've been a little cautious, right? They've been respecting how the circle has been shifting. They've been trying to rotate around the edges, and now they're barely on the periphery of the zone. Now things change. Now tables turn, because the teams that were shooting them, they will have to close in, and whilst doing so, they might get picked off. And it was Atanki who kind of spotted out that little off angle on Sarang, and hence that knock.
Well, let's see. This was just brilliant. Spraygard, he could have had all 4 in the bag, all alone. It was just that one of the finishes was stolen. But look at that. Ralph, he's still there. The last man from the side of Glittery Vaughn hasn't given up yet. And in fact, goes on to secure 1 elimination on the players of X-Pac. Now, Spraygard is the danger man for sure. That is a man you need to be extremely careful about how you take the fight against. And Ralph, he's just going to build a wall of smokes and try and see if he can force Spraygard out of cover. But the nade from Spraygard, it's going to be a little bit off. Won't really be able to secure the knock, in fact.
Oh, certainly. But Ralph has 6 first hits to play around. If he can get a couple more, that would really help him. Does not have a lot going on in terms of ammunition. But yes, he is indeed moving for the crates. He knows how valuable they are, even priced more than the spices in the ancient times. But now Team X-Pac have this little bit of a rock around them. Whilst for TR, Goku, he's been spotted out and could be taken down any given moment.
Ooh, that was a spray and a half. Right on the head of the opposition. Spraygard takes down 1 from the side of Redemption Crew, but is going to be forced to fall back a little as he needs to revive his own teammate Sarang. Kylo, look at him. He's not a man. He's a rock right now.
At least for now. Silent. Is not even moving a muscle any given moment. Team X-Pac, somebody will just get taken down, and without even getting into a jousting position. But Spraygard having that little bit of a high ground wants to instill a little bit of hurt for the teams around the edges. Redemption Crew still have 4 of their players alive. They will have to count every single moment, and Spraygard almost on the verge of being taken down.
Almost. That could have been such a massive mistake, climbing up top that rock. But Redemption Crew, the inaccuracy from their end, they will definitely feel it once they realize who they could have picked off. Let's see what the next move is going to be like, as they can be pushed by the players from the side of Silly Gaming, who have control of the western edge of the hill. But I guess Payne has realized what the situation is like, and is just going to lob a barrage of grenades inside that smoke. Does not really find anything from that, though.
Yeah, still took his chances. Props to that, as Fox finding one of those bullets commit, and did connect over there, but not enough to take him down, and they decide to go in for the push, and in doing so have managed to secure that knock, making sure they check the surroundings, get those finishes as Baymax, he will try to figure out where Evil Surya is next.
Oh, in the meanwhile, though, 4 troublemakers causing a lot of trouble for Gujarat Tigers, and they just take Prince with them while they run him over. AJ is going to be the last man standing, but how long will he be on his feet? Eggy over there does manage to rescue his teammate. Should be an easy revive, though, but not going to be easy to survive in the late game stages. In the meanwhile, last player remaining, I believe, from the side of 4 troublemakers. Narseen trying to dodge a lot of utility from the human grenade launcher. Spray God himself, the Molotov. Even that is going to be a bit off, but Spray God now is out of throwables and will be forced to commit for the push. The shot in the back from the DBS connecting just on a few pixels. Sees the man hiding behind the window. Is going to try and juke him out. Both the men fighting with the shotgun in their hands. And Spray God secures the pick for his team. All alone right now, sitting at 5 eliminations. 100% finish contribution for X-Pac.
Quite a run for Spray God. They've already qualified, but still working out on those individual endeavors. As Kailu, oh my God, he finally decides to strike, and goodbye Spray God is what he has to say. But if you talk about how the circle is formed, how Gujarat Tigers have been playing, seems like they could be on their path to secure a back-to-back chicken dinner.
Well, it can be. It's just the split that I'm worried about. They have the high ground to work with, but even if Eggy or AJ, if either one of these players fall, then it's going to be massive trouble for Gujarat Tigers, and AJ almost dropped out. Oh my God, it was just a pixel of HP because of which he's still left standing. But guess who's made it? Fixes. Psych. They've made it all the way to the top 4. If they can make it to the top 3, secure some elimination, secure some finishes, put them on the board, then they will have the game we have been asking for.
Oh, certainly they will. But Team Psych, like we said, not doing any sort of shenanigans. They understand that this match is so important to them. As Prince, he gets caught off guard, and Reaper, he will be his Grim Reaper over there, as Redemption Crew out of nowhere have been having quite a spectacular game.
Yeah, this matchup, they've just been running around picking finishes. Luckily for them, even the circle was towards their side of the map, so not a lot of trouble for them. But now Psych is the only team that sit there in this match with a man advantage in hand. Redemption Crew, they're down to their last 3 players. Psych with all 4, and Gujarat Tigers, well, it's just AJ who's still alive.
Oh, it certainly is. Now, there was a point where Gujarat Tigers were in a prime position, but now seems like the tables have turned. Psych, they might enjoy themselves this delicious chicken dinner, as Redemption Crew, they're kind of tunnel vision. They have no means of escape as Orva opens things up, but there's some trade-offs from their side. They do not want to go without a fight.
Every time you've taken a team's name, they've just been wiped out. Because why do you not realize that?
Yeah, it's just my curse.
Is it back?
It is.
Hey, it never left, but AJ, he definitely has to leave. Redemption Crew moving, and in fact getting that double digit on the board, but Psych, they have the advantage they were looking for. It's a 2v4, the final fight of this game of Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. Psych, they're still holding on to this compound. Redemption Crew, they're going to be forced to move towards Team Psych, and as they do, Srios, we saw him take a lot of damage on that HP bar, and Psych, they are feeling confident about this win of theirs. 4 elimination points on the board. If they get the final 2, it's 6 elimination points, and that will be a 21-point win that they will have. Will that be enough? We'll find that out, because after this game, ladies and gentlemen, we will also have a look at the overall rankings. But before that, this could be the final moment. No, says Reaper, as he gets one, looks for the second, but it's not going to happen. Well, I guess we have the answer. What is more powerful, DBS or Groza? It's the DBS at close ranges.
Yeah, when it's especially right on your faces, there's something to be phased about. Does intimidate even the greatest of the players, but Team Psych, what a well-composed, well-orchestrated chicken dinner. They knew exactly how the circle is going to swing through, and they were at the right spot, even around the 4th circle, and did not even move even an inch, and that is where the zone sort of ended. But there were a lot of teams that did impress us. Gujarat Tigers once again fighting it out. There were moments where Team X-Pac were really put to the test, and they did come out with flying colors, only to get eliminated by Kailu. Feels bad if you're spray god.
That is just unfortunate, though.
Yeah.
But anyways, Kailu, we have to give props to the man. I mean, he was surviving for so long. I believe he has 6 eliminations, all to himself.
I think a perfect MVP candidate, considering
Oh.
you talk about the first fight, if you remember, right? Goes in, slits the dagger there, gets 3 finishes, and then
Yeah.
they make a move. Marcus Gaming, we know they're not qualifying into the grand finals, but still, if you see moments as such, you're gonna like it.
You know, he was working with the Force. He was Kylo Ren, basically, from Star Wars.
All right. I mean, I haven't seen that. Hence, I won't
How?
get a check. I mean,
You and I are the same age. How have you not seen Star Wars pictures?
yeah, I was kind of more into Indian TV shows, so hence the case. But yeah, I'm sorry, Johnny. Next time you have me on the desk, I will have watched all those episodes, all those seasons. But right now, getting back onto the game, Gujarat Tigers. This was a really good game for them. You know, especially the way they've been playing.
This-
Certainly, a comeback is on the line.
This was my favorite moment of the game. Absolutely hilarious.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't even dunk. The vehicle just went over his head. But look at this. Krypton, of course, also doing a wonderful job. And in the end, I mean, I was very impressed with Remshinkru Reaper as well. I think he's also one of the candidates for becoming the MVP of the game. He also has 6 eliminations on the board for himself. X-Pac, they tried their level best, but it was that one man that no one saw appear out of nowhere, Ralph, who forced X-Pac into the corner.
Yeah, for GlitchX Reborn, even if you talk about Ralph's heroics, yes, kudos to him. But then again, if you look about how much they must be, gutted by their performance in this game, especially when you had that momentum rolling in your favor, had a really good game around Vikendi, and then you know that you do not have a lot of games anymore, and suddenly, I think GlitchX Reborn, even the likes of 4AM, are in such a position where they're just barely hanging by the thread.
Well, they are hanging by a thread, in fact. I mean, we will have to see how many bonus points they get for this week, if they do, in fact, any. But towards the end, I think Syke, with this win, has the hope that was there in your heart pictures. We know the flames were dying, but has this win fanned the flames, and are they alive again?
Well, for Syke, before this, they were in the top 16 in the overall total standings, but now this sets them in a really good spot. Now, we do have another team that has earned their golden ticket into the Ika Stadium, but you're talking about the others, because now we're seeing so many of those Group Blue teams kind of going out of the mix. Group Red, they're making those entry into the top 16. You've got Team X-Pac, you've got Team Soul, you've got Revenant, Gladiators might also be in with Syke. So many teams have made it. And now you have to talk about the slots on the line. I think barely 3 or 4, but for that we have more than 10 competitors.
Of course, and that means that the last day is going to be so much more fun, because with every single point, teams are going to take like a leap of 2 positions, be inside the top 16, you get taken out early, you drop down outside of the top 16, and that is going to happen throughout the day. And we will try our level best to keep you updated, but that is our task, that is our goal for tomorrow. For today, at least, our job right now is to find out where the teams are. And one thing that I have to bring to light was that Genex FM, they were doing very well in the overall rankings. I wonder if they are able to hold on to that first position.
Yeah, I think they're still competing for those, 3 or 4 spots remaining.
Yeah.
Still are in a better position if you look at the other teams. Now, even we remember Team Godlike, as a matter of fact, they also got a chicken dinner.
Yes.
And, that is also going to set them up in a really good spot. But when you look at the matches remaining, I think they've got most of the matches to play tomorrow. So that is where you might see the best out of them. It could be 2 ways, right?
Yeah.
Either they thrive under the pressure, manifest it, and qualify. Otherwise, we might get to see another grand finals without Godlike, which would be a little bit of a bummer.
It would be a heartbreak for the fans, but I believe what we need to see from their side is the godlike we saw in week 1, where Aditya and Jonathan were just running around the map doing their own thing, and Jelly, he's been phenomenal. Today he was so impressive, and me and Salty, we were having this conversation as to how his antics were the reason that Godlike was always in a safer position with all their players right throughout the game. They did not aggress a lot. They were playing for safety, and I think that needs to be the mindset for tomorrow. But let's talk about another big name that comes from this particular matchup, X-Pac. X-Park's journey. What are your thoughts?
They're already qualified. There's
Really?
no taking them down. Yeah, for sure, 100%. And for Team X Park, they've been quite solid. All their players, they've been doing good. The only variable player that we had to talk about was Dreams. And this
Yes.
time, he's been having a phenomenal tournament. With the addition of Spray God even into the mix, I think he's been quite impressive as well.
I think Spray God is the man who has made sure that the team is there inside of the top 6. And if he's playing like this in the finals, oh, it's going to be so much fun to watch.
But then again, if you ask me
And Sarang.
which player has impressed you the most, it has to be with my eye shot Pukkar, because that one player, he's been leading Team X Park
True.
into such good positions every single time you watch them in those fights. He's gotten them into right spots, and that is where he gets the best out of all his players. And even when it comes down to just assaulting, he's also got the numbers.
I finally have someone who agrees with me, because it's not just in this tournament. Even for the last few months, Pukkar has just been personally for me, one of the best IGLs
for
you
sure.
can actually watch. The team might not necessarily win every single game that they play, because that is just Adi and his shenanigans. But Pukkar, as you said, gets his team into the prime spot every single time. Yes, in terms of taking fights, you are going to mess up now and then, and that is what happens to X-Park every now and then. But still, they're positioning their rotations. They seem quite clean.
I think their growth has been quite exponential. If you talk about how Team X Park has evolved as a team, even in BGIS, not a lot of expectations, but they still ended up at the third spot.
Yeah.
Then in INKR, there was a little bit of a fall, but now they're looking quite dandy.
Oh, one team we completely forgot about, 4 a.m. What are they up to? Because when we started our day yesterday, we were always wondering, like, all right, 4 a.m., they're not too far away from the qualification barrier. Maybe we're going to see them move through. But this game, a game that should have been there, they had the control of the Northern Edge up until stage 3. They just missed once and then just completely collapsed.
And this is the pressure speaking for them. And did not have a good game overall. Did not have a good day also. And this is where you're in two minds. Either you kind of thrive under the pressure, get turned into diamond, or maybe like coal, just brittle apart and break apart.
And well, they are falling apart right as of now. Hopefully they have an opportunity, or at least more than one opportunities left tomorrow to recover, because if that isn't the case, I think the fate might be already sealed. Any other individual or team that has caught your attention at least?
I really wanted to see more out of Dragon Esports. Did not get to see a lot of their games.
True.
But if you talk about revelations, if you talk about teams that have really stepped up, has to be Gujarat Tigers. Vikendi, good game. This one also a top 3 finish. They're going to be happy about themselves. But once the overall standings do come up, because before the start of week 3 for Group Red, they were beyond that 50+ marker.
Yeah.
And Erangel was decent the first game that they played. Now having some good games. They're certainly in the mix or in the run in the top 3 in the overall standings, at least for this week. Now, once the bonus point adds up, that might be a little exciting. They're having that reckoning run.
If what you're saying is actually true, and Gujarat Tigers, they are in the top 3, and if they have even one game tomorrow, and they get that chicken dinner and end the week sitting on the first position, that's 25 bonus points in the back. And those 25 points can push them inside of the top 16. So anything can happen. And imagine if the chicken dinner itself is a big one, getting that 30 bomb, I think that should be enough to keep them in contention for that prime spot for the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. But we have talked enough about teams. Let's start talking about the individuals themselves. And of course, first of all, we're going to have a look at the MVP of this game, ladies and gentlemen. My pick for this match's MVP is Reaper. It is time to find out if the man actually gets the MVP for this last game of Erangel or not. Are you ready?
I for sure am.
Let's find
take
it
a
out.
look. It has to be Reaper. There you
Yes.
go. I think Redemption Crew watching Reaper coming on, not really a usual suspect, but this was one of those games where they were itching for fights every single time. Every time they spotted two or the other team fighting it out, they went head on and really never got scared. Got themselves into some of a fighting position. Yeah, could not get the chicken dinner, but nonetheless a very good game individual, at least for Reaper.
I mean, it was fun seeing how tight that shot was on Age. It just like a few pixels from the corner of his head and the man still connected. But Kylo as well was quite impressive. Spray God from the side of X-Pac. It's always impressive. Seeing Eggy in this list is quite nice for a change. Gujarat Tigers, as you mentioned, a brilliant turnaround from their end. But to end the list of top 5 players from this match, ladies and gentlemen, it will be Pain from the side of Redemption Crew. And Redemption Crew, I think they have 10 eliminations from this game. 15 for the win. Well, no, it wasn't them who won the game. It was Psych in fact. But Redemption Crew, I think this is going to be 22 points secured from this matchup. Overall, a very good game, but I think it just came in a little too late.
Yeah, a little too late for them. And had they done this earlier in weeks 1 or 2, maybe this could have also been one of those teams to really have our eyes at. But for Marcus Gaming, yeah, props to Kailu. But once we have the point standings, Johnny, this is where you see Redemption Crew ending up on top in terms of the cumulative points from the finishers. Also, Psych, a 21-pointer game for them. Gujarat Tigers, 15. I like this.
Yeah, this is quite an interesting standings because we saw majority of these teams in contention for that spot in the top 16 as well. And now things are just going to get tougher since the difference is going to be even less between all of them. But as we follow up, I think Great Esports has a pretty good turnout in this game. Now that they are free from the pressure of qualifying for the finals, they can do whatever they want. 6 eliminations, just 1 position point.
Yeah, I think in this game, they're starting to open up. We've seen them even in Weekendy. They had been taking those fights, really not shying away from it. But again, as a team, if you talk about them, they haven't really been working out. You talk about players, they've played with each other in the past, but still a lot has changed. A lot, the players have dynamically changed in the way they've been so aggressive. A little bit of raw aggression has been missing, and a little bit of a control over those team fights. They really need to work.
Well, let's see though, on the second page of the rankings, again, a few big names who had an unfortunate ending. FS is going to be one of them. Midwave, another one. Glitch. Kudos to Ralph. He tried his level best, got those 2 points one way or the other. But U4G, apart from that early fight, they did not really do much inside of this game. Just 4 points secured. But these were the standings for this game. The main thing that we are waiting for, ladies and gentlemen, is the overall rankings at the end of day 2 of week 3. Who do you think is going to be at the top fixes?
Can't really say.
Predict.
Because things are looking really tight, and if I have to predict, has to be X-Park.
Oh, yeah.
Because they've had some really good games. Even the previous Miramar was nice. This Erangel also, they did manage to secure a few position points, and also those finish numbers are something to talk about. I think Team X-Park, they've just been getting better, aging with time. Spray God seems to be like that final jigsaw that they were looking out for. A perfect replacement for an assaulter like Aditya. I'm starting to ponder on what role he's really playing, because Aditya was a little bit restricted. He don't have the free role. But right now, things are looking really bright for Team X-Park.
Spraygod is playing the role, at least in this game, was playing the role of a grenade launcher. He was RPing as a grenade launcher because, I think it was a fight against Midwave that they took. Every single nade was able to secure a knock, and it would have been the entire team wiped out just with grenades itself had one of his finishes not been stolen.
We had so many of those grenade moments today. But you talk about Spray God, he's been a little flexible on his role. Yesterday, if you remember, even in Erangel, he had that flank position for himself, was way aloof from the pack whilst the others were duking it out against Forest Hips. You've seen him even in those clutchy situations. One of those players, he kind of tends to survive and then gets the job done. So I think a very important player if you look in terms of Team X-Park, and who would go out to say that he's just been a latest addition just a couple of weeks ago, and he's gelled in so well with the team.
Exactly, it's just been like a perfect fit, and as you said, the final piece of the puzzle that X-Park need to fit. But apart from them, I mean, Midwave, let's talk about them for a change, because Midwave, there were so many expectations from this team, but unfortunately, all of that hype has just faded out.
Yeah, all of that. I mean, you feel bad for Aru and Atanki, but to be honest, I think their glory days were back in OR Esports. They've been making some changes in their rosters. And yeah, for Midway, if you remember, those good boys out there, I think it's been almost more than a year.
More than a year.
Then they had to change teams. They had to keep on, experimenting, and seems like they're still struggling because this one experiment, getting Snacks involved. Yes, there were those individual flashy moments. You've seen Snacks deliver. But as a team, they were really not into the mix of things.
I completely 100% agree with that. It is harsh, but it is what it is. That's the truth. And unfortunately, I mean, even they are lagging far behind in the competition, so qualification is going to be quite dire for them. But it is still, I mean, about going all in into that last game, and considering tomorrow could be their last day, can we expect some shenanigans from Midwave, or is this one of those teams that just sticks to their game plan no matter what is happening?
Honestly, knowing the players, they aren't really mischievous. They're more of those chill, laid-back guys like, we'll still play our game. We'll still be serious about the matches. We'll still try on getting a chicken dinner. That's just how they are.
Who do we expect the mischief from tomorrow, Fixes?
A lot of the other teams. We've seen...
Who's the most mischievous?
the most mischievous tomorrow could really be anyone. But if you have to point fingers,
Yeah.
I do not see a lot of those teams like Clue, what we witnessed in
Oh,
Group
yeah.
Blue, who were just going around trying to pick fights. They're
True.
not trying to be bullies this time, because the
Just having
intensity is, yeah, the intensity is so high. There have been moments, maybe U4G, you've got these players playing really well. Somebody from the bottom half could step up. Anybody.
Plus, I
really.
mean, you would relate to this, like if your entire run in the tournament has not gone great on the last day, might as
Yeah.
well just have fun. That is why I said you could relate to this.
Yeah, I mean, certainly at this point I could. But, if you talk about the overall standings,
Yeah.
I think it's time. Let's
Yeah.
get the viewers on
It
board.
is time. So we were trying to crunch the numbers in our heads, but it is a little too much for the small little processors in our heads, ladies and gentlemen. So the people in the back have done it for us. We're going to have a look at the overall rankings on our screens. And this is going to be important because today was the second last day. Tomorrow is the last day of the league stages. And here we have Gujarat Tigers. What a comeback, sitting on that first position with 64 points. But look how close the competition is. From 64, we have X-Park on the second with 59, Gen FM on the third with 57, WSB on the fourth with 54, U4G fifth. Then you have the one team that has matches in hand, Dragon Esports, with just 2 games played, 44 points on that 6th position. It seems like they're destined to walk away with the 25 points for this week.
And if they do, maybe the doors into qualification for the grand finals might open up. But Dragon Esports, they will be playing under heavy pressure because all these teams have just single number of matches. They've got quite
Which is,
some.
correct me if I'm wrong, within the top 8 is Hyper the only team that that is not in contention of the top 16, and everyone else is fighting for a slot.
Maybe U4G also.
Alright, we take 6 teams! 6 teams fighting for a slot in the finals. Now, that is intense.
Oh, that certainly is. But now here things are also even more interesting because you've got the likes of Godlikes into the mix. Glitch X Rebound, where I really feel with just one more game to go, how much can they claw their way in the overall standing? So seems like could really kind of picture their exit already. But I want to see what's going up next because Godlike still 2 more games to go.
Exactly.
But do you think they can push through enough to make it to the top 3 and get some of more of that bonus points?
Only one way to make it happen. A chicken dinner.
Yeah,
If
they've
they
got
have
one
a chicken,
already.
they can pull it off. But well, a second one is just going to be a much better booster. And I think a second chicken dinner is also going to propel them within the top 2 or even on the first position of the overall leaderboard. And considering, I think before Dragon Esports, every single team and every single team after them within the top 9 is just there with 1 game left in the bag. It should be very easy, or at least it looks very easy for Godlike to make it into the finals.
Yeah, they can actually, but it's all about how the other teams are going to react. But now this is one of those most important phases where you've got certain teams playing just 3 games. You've got Gladiators. I think they might have almost secured the selection into the grand finals for Team Soul. They've marched through. Revenant won't be a bother. But as we move on ahead, 4 AM, not really the spot where we wanted to see them.
Yeah, they have taken a massive tumble today, and this is definitely going to sting them tomorrow because just 1 game left, and it has to be a big one from them. But again, the sad stories do not really end there. Even Forest Tape and Newman. We talked about Newman so much when we started yesterday. We were so hopeful that Newman might push through. We were so hopeful from the side of 8-bit CS fixes, but the struggles continue. 8-bit CS, at least it was just 2 games, 5 points per game. Not really the average that we wanted, but still 3 matches left. Hopefully tomorrow they convert.
No, Lifecraft, they've taken a fall. 8-bit CS, not the way they imagine things, but Newman, they can still do it. They were also in a fighting position if you look at the overall standings, but this is it, mid-wave. Not really a good week for them. Same goes with Great. But then again, the usual suspects around the very bottom of the overall standings. But tomorrow's storyline is set. Can Dragon Esports do it? Can they pull off a miracle? Can the boys from 8-bit CS pull off a comeback of a century? Can Newman Gaming have 3 consistent games with the matches that they have? So much going on. And then you've got Godlike also into the picture. Can they get those chicken dinners and also secure their qualification? Because Gujarat Tigers, they're happy and enjoying where they are.
I hate you so much. You've just driven my anxiety through the roof. I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight thinking about all of this.
I think that's the condition for everybody. It was just me saying those tough words, but I'm pretty sure even the viewers are quite anxious to find out who makes the cut.
Can we just have the matches today and figure it out? I mean, because this is too intense. It's so close. But anyways, let's move forward. Have a look at something pleasant. Top 5 players. We still have Godbot, who's leading the charge with 43 finishes. Rico still there with 35. It's good to see Apollo make the list. 34 finishes to his name, sitting on the 3rd position. Dark Lord from Team Insane, they are not playing anymore. And Pro as well. So it's just Apollo that has moved in. Dark Lord, Nate Pro, these are teams from Group Blue. So they're not going to be performing.
The only one from Red is
Yeah,
Apollo.
Apollo,
I think maybe we really hope that to get to see more out of Goblin also. But yeah, Team Soul still have a couple of more games to go because he was also one of those players who was in the mix of things. But with Revenant just having one more game to play, it's going to be really far-fetched for Apollo to get more than 10 finishes. I mean, the man can do it in the kind of a form he has, but still a long shot.
Today we saw one man drop 13 finishes inside of the game. And as of now, I think this year's record sits at 16 eliminations in a single game by a single player. It would be nice if we could see that broken, but it's going to be very difficult for an individual to pick that off. Apollo, I think he will have to wait for his opportunity, a second chance in the finals. Maybe over there he can snatch that MVP away from Godbot.
You know, the way things are really panning out, I think, you know, Apollo might want to push that also. Get into a fighting chance because still we're going to count the matches from the grand finals also. And Apollo is one of those players who really has that manifestation going on in the LAN in front of the crowd. We've seen him deliver multiple times in just some recent tournaments. He was phenomenal.
He was phenomenal indeed. But it was an exciting journey, an exciting state of affairs today. The matches were so intense, and especially the start of the day was something else. What was your favorite game of the day?
Has to be the first one because the way Seven Shore, in fact, GOAT, it really got intensified towards the very end. And watching that player take so many of those finishes, in fact 13, kind of makes you really happy. He took down so many mammoths.
And it was, of course, he took down 13 finishes, and the way he made it happen as well. Majority of them were third parties. His teammates were someone else. For some reason, GOAT was just left alone to his own shenanigans. He was like, all right, I'm just going to have fun with this. I'm just going to start taking everyone I see. And every single squad that he was shooting at was so busy in close quarters combat that they ignored the man towards the sideline.
Yeah, I think in that moment, I really loved how he had positioned himself every single time, staying aloof from the battle. Kudos to the entire team that kept the backlines cleared, ensured nobody was there. And the worst part was nobody was paying attention to him. Nobody was bothering about him. And it came down to NON and Gladiators. They kind of forced the fight, and he capitalized. We had even Team Godlike getting the chicken dinner. Quite some phenomenal moments. I think even Gujarat Tigers getting that chicken dinner in Vikendi felt like an impossible task till they did it.
Not just the chicken dinner, the second place finish in this game of Erangel is the reason they sit on the first position in the leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen. The leaderboard for the red group. But still, one game to go for them, and they need to make sure it's a big one so that no one takes away their bonus points tomorrow.
Now, if you make those calculations, if they get that 25, and if tomorrow they can average it around at least, get 10 points from that one game, so you are looking at them collecting somewhere around 95 to 100 points. If they can manage to do so, then who knows, they might have made the cut.
I think Gujarat Tigers do definitely have close to 100 from week 1 and week 2 combined. If they can get 100 in week 3, that should be enough to push them through, get them in the top 16 and help them qualify for the grand finals. But all of this is just speculation. We won't really know what their fate is until we see them perform.
Oh yeah, I think the kind of a form that they're running with, you can sort of relate with Reckoning. And yeah, it feels bad because Reckoning pushed a lot. That final game, they kind of messed it up a bit. Had they gotten a little more extra bonus points there, because Team Insane, they were so high up the ladder. Even having such good games for Reckoning, it wasn't enough. But for Gujarat Tigers, yes, after this day, the players might be feeling really happy, but they still know the job's not yet over. But it has been such a fall for the others also. You talk about 4 a.m. They were so phenomenal in week one. Glitchx Reborn also week one, amazing.
Yeah.
Then there was that little bit of a dip off. So kind of having a little bit of a roller coaster of a journey. So yeah, you've got to feel bad that you might not witness them in LAN.
But I mean, all of that, I mean, everything you said about could have happened in the first few weeks. Because tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, will be the last day of the league stages. And as we said, Gujarat Tigers, they might be sitting on the first position, but they also have approximately, well, 10 to 11 teams chasing them and eyeing out for their position. Who will walk away with the ticket to the grand finals and will be there joining us and you guys in the Eka Arena in Ahmedabad, ladies and gentlemen? That will be revealed at the end of the day tomorrow. Make sure you guys tune in to the broadcast because it will be intense for sure. Is there anything you would like to add, Fixus?
You know, tomorrow is going to be one of those days you would not want to miss.
Exactly. The man is on point. But ladies and gentlemen, today does come to an end. Make sure you guys like, share, and subscribe. But with that, we're going to take off. Thank you so much for tuning in. See you guys tomorrow for the last day.
हमारे साथ यहाँ पे जुड़ते आपको नजर आएंगे। तो चलिए बुलाते हैं प्रिंस को। आज का दिन गुजरात टाइगर्स के लिए कमाल का। प्रिंस कैसे हैं आप?
हेलो, कैसे हो आप लोग?
ऑल गुड प्रिंस। आज के दिन से पहले प्रिंस मैं जानना चाहूंगा कि क्या प्लानिंग थी, क्या स्ट्रैटेजी बनाई आपने, बिकॉज आज का दिन बहुत कमाल का गुजरात टाइगर्स के लिए।
कुछ स्ट्रेटेजी कुछ पहले भी नहीं थी, अभी भी नहीं है। हम तो नॉर्मली खेलते हैं जैसे खेलते हैं।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, बट
स्ट्रेटेजी नहीं बनाने का, नॉर्मल खेलने का अपना गेम। स्ट्रेटेजी बनाते हैं तो चीजें बिगड़ जाती है।
चलिए, मेरे ख्याल से शायद वीक 1 और वीक 2 वो रहा होगा जहाँ पे चीजें बिगड़ी। बट मैं वही आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ, BMPS ऑब्वियसली आपको भी पता है कि ये या मस्ट विन टूर्नामेंट या फिर अपना प्रतिभा को दिखाने का सबसे बड़ा मंच है। तो वीक 1 वीक 2 उसको आप कैसे एनालाइज करते हैं और फिर अचानक से सुधार कैसे आया, क्या बदलाव आए और वीक 1 वीक 2 के बाद माइंडसेट एग्जैक्टली क्या था?
अभी वीक 1 वीक 2 में कैसा था कि थोड़ा सा डर डर के खेल रहे थे। अभी वीक 2 वीक 3 के बाद कैसा हो गया कि भाई अभी तो खेलना ही है, होए तो हुए वरना नहीं हुए, ऐसे करके खेल रहे नॉर्मली।
जी हाँ, और पीछे से कोई ना करता हुआ मुझे दिखाई दिया। पर खैर, मैं आपसे जानना चाहूंगा कि जैसे जानते भी हैं कि आप बहुत समय से इस पूरे सिनेरियो में देखने को मिलते हैं, आपका अभी तक का एक्सपीरियंस इस प्रो सीरीज से कैसा रहा?
अभी अंडरडॉग सही खेल रहे हैं या नहीं खेल रहे पता नहीं, पर अभी बैन देखता हूँ तो फिर थोड़ा डर जाता हूँ, लेकिन अच्छा खेल रहे हैं।
जी हाँ, चलिए
मेरे को
प्रिंस।
तो अंडरडॉग्स को मैं देखता हूँ, T1 टीम्स के साथ तो हम रोज ही खेलते हैं।
जी हाँ प्रिंस, अब कल आपके लिए बहुत ही क्रूशियल मैच रहने वाला है, उसके लिए क्या प्लानिंग रहेगी आपकी?
मैं बोला हमारी कोई स्ट्रेटेजी नहीं है, नॉर्मल खेलो। नॉर्मली खेलने का, कोई स्ट्रेटेजी नहीं बनाने की, वरना फिर ज्यादा सोचते हैं तो फिर चीजें ज्यादा बिगड़ जाती है।
चलिए, अब मैं होप करूंगा कल भी आप ऐसा ही प्रदर्शन करते रहें। थैंक यू सो मच प्रिंस, बहुत अच्छा लगा आपसे बात करके।
जी, थैंक